Oh, there it is. Welcome back, everybody. All right, first off, I got to make a head count. Hold on. Let me see if everybody came. Seven. Sit down, bro. Okay. 7, 8, 6, 1, 6, 8. Atlanta, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7. All right. I'm missing 2. All right. Everybody, did y'all have fun last night? First of all, isn't Expensify gorgeous? It was so sweet of them. Thank you again to the Expensify folks. I didn't. Why y'all took all them people's stuff? They had the swag out, and I saw some people leaving with bags. I ain't gonna say no names. Atlanta, you starting early. That was great though. No, it was wonderful. The food was amazing. Everybody was so nice. Did anybody go downstairs to the creepy vault? Oh, is that anxiety or what? Like, could you imagine? I'm gonna steal from here. Go for it, bro. That was so weird. Could you work there? Could anybody work there? You think you could? I'll be goddamn. I know you don't work in the vault, bro. But question, do you use the swingy Betty stooly thing? Huh? And sleep. I'm like, bruh, there would be no work getting done at all. And I got to ask you, what's the little space modules they have up on the second floor, the little glass? Like I want to go in and give confession or something. What are those? So the phones don't work on the outside? So wait, what kind of calls is happening at Expensify? Oh, yeah, right. Oh, hold on a second. I got to go take this one in a special place. It was great, though. And did anybody go out and walk? Walk around? You did? Did you go in a group? Okay. Let's sit and talk about following directions. Did a brother not tell you go with a group? I told you that. You went by yourself. That's great. That's awesome. I didn't die. On to the next volcano. Bruh, just because you lucked up this one time. Let me tell you something. Portland at night, worse than hyenas. I'm just telling you, you got to do better than that. Next time, take somebody with you. Somebody with strength. One of them Atlanta dudes. Take one of them with you. Atlanta, do me a favor. If he tries to go out tonight, one of y'all go with him. Which one? They are so indecisive. And now they all point at the brother. The first time, I see a theme. I'm glad you guys, day 2, I'm excited about it. We got some special stuff. So let's do the usual stuff. Number 1, code of conduct still in place. Don't be mean to people. Be nice, be filled with sweetness. Remember that we are all invited to their lovely place for break and for lunch or whatever. Remember, eat the delicious food outside. You can bring drinks in. Make sure they're covered, right? So we're going to do that. We've got, want to make sure that, do we have our sponsors? Let's do it. Yes. We have to thank our sponsors. Let's do them again real quickly. Let's applaud for them. Expo. Infinite Red. React Foundation. Amazon. Runway. Code Rabbit. Revenue Cat. Software Mansion. Maestro. Code Magic. This.labs. Callstack. And our favorite, JS. Native Weekly. The React Native Rewind. And of course, This Week in React. Thank y'all so much for our wonderful people here at the Armory. And don't forget our tech crew who make everything wonderful. Give it up for them. They don't often get applause, but I want some love for them and making magic happen. We also want to remind you, we have these wonderful scholarship opportunities, React Vision, Code Rabbit, and Century, for allowing individuals to join us. So make a whole lot of noise for them. Don't forget the captioning, all right? Don't forget the captioning. And, wait a minute, see anybody? Oh, I see a phone. Somebody's doing it. C, 1, thank you. What's your name? Robert? Hey, Robert, you are right. We like you. You follow directions. I like that. All righty. Now, no, get him off. Thank you. All right, we're not ready for him yet. So we're excited about day 2. We got all these wonderful things taken care of, but you can't see his picture until I tell you about this cool dude. All right, so dude started in Tucson, Arizona, right? Then he met a beautiful lady who said, it's hot. So then they moved to Manhattan, where it's not hot except for them 3 days in July. That's where he lives now. He is also a photographer. Guess what kind of raggedy camera he uses? Raggedy Sony. But he was cool about it, and that's the cool thing. He was not a jerk. He explained exactly why. I admit Canons are heavier. He wanted a lighter camera. Also, he wasn't too concerned about how good the pictures were, so he said, I'm going to use a Sony. No, I'm joking. Where's the camera dude? Is he in here? What's up, Brad? I wasn't talking about you. No, your pictures are great. All right. The coolest thing, though, is you want to go on his Instagram, and it's just his name, SethWebster.takingpictures.instagram.com. He'll tell you. I don't know. But he takes these beautiful pictures of birds, and there's an amazing picture of a kingfisher. And he sat there for 3 to 4 hours just to get this one photo. He's not going to brag about it, but you should also know that that's up there for him. So, ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, please make a whole lot of noise for Seth Webster. You raggedy.
Everybody give it up for Ken! Ken LaFrance! How's everybody doing? That's pretty good. I'm so excited to be at Chain React. This is a conference that I've wanted to come to for a really long time. A little bit of trivia was Basha from Callstack actually cornered Eli at this very conference in 2023 and said, you guys have to bring back ReactConf. I know it's been COVID, I know things have been crazy, but you have to do it. And she pestered him until he came to me and said, we got to bring back ReactConf. This lady Barbara won't leave me alone. And that was how ReactConf 2024 actually came back, is that this one person at Chain React cornered Eli and pushed and pushed and pushed, saying how important it was for it to come back. And so I'm super excited to be here. I know we just did this, but I'd really like everybody to give a round of applause to the crew behind this. There are dozens of people that make a conference like this happen, and without them, we're not all here having this wonderful community experience. So one more time, please give a raucous applause for those folks. I want you to imagine that you come home from work for a few weeks, and every day you do, your voice is really irritated, very hoarse, but you speak for a living, meetings all day, public talks. And so it's not that out of the ordinary that you would have this going on, but over the coming weeks, the episodes last longer and longer and longer until you wake up one day and your voice is gone. You can't manage more than a whisper. This is what actually happened to me a few years ago. And what turns out is I had a mild case of COVID that, for whatever reason, caused brain damage, and I ended up with what they call long COVID. And this caused me to develop a neurological condition, a degenerative and a permanent neurological condition called spasmodic dysphonia, which causes my voice, you can hear it, to break and shake. And, it's a super unexpected thing. I mean, I'm a public speaker, I worked at Meta, I talked to people all day, and so this tool that I had, my voice, was actually taken away from me. And I went through, for the next 2 years, ridiculous treatments like Botox injections in my vocal cords, which, as you can see, don't feel good. Speech therapy, where I learned to say apple and pineapple and things like that after giving talks like this. Learning to recite poems about rainbows. I went through manipulation of my larynx, where they would shove my larynx way to the side, like this, trying to unlock and bring my voice back. And then I also had many laryngeal endoscopies, but I didn't want to show you a picture of that, so here's a puppy. All this to say that again and again and again and again, I went through these treatments and was getting nowhere. And it was super frustrating, going to work every day and talking on VC in a whisper is really tough. But it was also really frustrating because I felt there was a flaw or a break in the system. I felt like my ENT, my ear, nose, throat doctor, didn't understand or know what my speech therapist was doing, and they didn't know what the laryngeal manipulator, laryngeal masseuse, was doing with my voice box. And so everyone was listening, but nobody had the whole picture. Nobody understood the impact or the effect of what they did. When they inject my vocal cords with Botox, it would take up to 14 days, but usually about 6 days for the effect to take hold. And in that time, there were all kinds of little things I experienced that if the doctor were able to observe, I think would have been really interesting. And so I wanted to solve this, and so I built something. I built an app where every day I would record my voice reading the same things they would have me read at speech therapy. And then I would rate my voice on a scale of 1 to 10 for difficulty, how much effort was it taking, what was my own perceived voice quality. It was all the same survey that they would give me in the office. And so I went and built this app, and I invited my ENT to it, my speech therapist, my laryngeal massage person, and so forth. And in this way, we ended up with them having a fuller picture. They were able to understand the details and the impact of all the work they were doing with me. And this helped tremendously. My doctors could collaborate around all of the same evidence. They could see all of the same things and all at the same time. I don't know if you know this, but we are all very unreliable witnesses, even to our own lives. And so when I would go in and I would describe what I had been going through, it was missing lots of details about what happened on the third day after the Botox, or what happened after I learned to say, happy little rainbow one more time. So one timeline, one shared set of evidence that they could use to help me. And this helped me tremendously. And when I showed it to my ENT, she was so excited. She's like, we have to use this for a field study. We could give this to all of my patients, and we could get much more detailed and accurate reports combined with vocal evidence and feed that into an AI system or a model to help us understand very, very specifically what the impacts of the treatments we're doing are. And then I kept it to myself. I didn't follow up on that. And the reason for that is because shipping was easy. I mean, building was easy. Building was easy, but shipping is so hard. All of the things that come after building an app like this, builds and signing and privacy policies and launch landing pages and so forth. All of this and many more things felt very overwhelming, and I didn't want to deal with it. I was just under so much pressure and stress from this thing that I was going through. But it shouldn't be that way. It should be easy. Mobile is heavy. We have to deal with all kinds of things like certificates, builds, privacy, as I mentioned. And these things act as a body of friction that makes it almost impossible for you to get out there and ship your app if you don't know what you're doing. If you're sitting there and you're busy with other things, how do you actually get all of that done? I call this a certain form of gravity. I don't know how well this is going to read on this projector, but you can imagine this. You can imagine this thing that's holding all of your ideas down, right? So you're trying to ship this great idea that you have, and you run into one piece of friction and another piece of friction, and that all compounds to the point where you're just like, I'll get to it later. And I want to see a world where that's not the case. I've shared this many times with other folks, but my personal North Star is to help other people bring their ideas to life. That's what I'm here to do. And so I want each of you sitting out there, in fact, how many of you are sitting out there with an idea you really want to work on? And how many of you are actually building and shipping that idea right now? Way fewer. I don't want that to be the case. And that is basically why I'm here to talk to you today. Gravity is ever present. It is every stage of the process. Everywhere you look, you're going to run into some kind of friction. And as engineers, we're all like super empowered with our backgrounds and abilities as developers to solve these problems and make it easier for the people that come behind us. And so I want to encourage you to do that, but I also want to encourage you to start thinking about things a little bit differently. Because this is what stopped me from doing something really powerful. There are about 37,000 people every year who get diagnosed with this vocal disorder and lose their voice. Imagine helping 37,000 people and their doctors do a better job of providing care and treatment. But it stopped me because it was just too overwhelming at the time. And I think of the fact that times are changing so much. If we think about this gravity holding us down, we've sort of at this point in the technological evolution of things, where we're sitting on sort of a 3-stage rocket. Especially the folks in this room that get it with React and React Native and agents and so forth. We're sitting on this thing that can dramatically accelerate our ability to bring our ideas to life. So first we have agents that make it much easier for us to do the code generation side of things, that if we have an idea in a very, very short period of time, we can turn that into working software. How many of you are using agents in your programming world, programming live today? About half, about 2/3 probably, okay? And how many of you are using them at work? And how many of you are using them personally? Okay, so almost everybody, same numbers. That's amazing. That makes me really excited. I'm super skeptical that AI is going to be something that dramatically reduces the number of development jobs that are out there. I'm telling every CEO that I have a chance to sit in the room with, and every other leader for that matter, that the focus should not be on doing the same amount of things with fewer people. It should be on expanding what you do. Do all of the things that always fell below the cut line on your priority list, right? Like those are so much important work that always lands below the cut line. And the next year you prioritize stuff above it, and you never get to pay off technical debt. You never get to explore new things for internal audiences that are going to make things amazing. And so that's the message I'm sharing. And so I'm really excited about how agents give us the first boost of momentum, right? The idea can get on the screen quicker or on the device quicker than it's ever been possible to do before. And isn't that exciting? Isn't that exciting? And then, wow, that really jumps far. This is like super fast clicker. And then using something like React Native, you can deliver amazing, delightful experiences to a device that sits in somebody's pocket. And if you think about it a little bit differently than I think a lot of people do, that's kind of intimate. Like it's kind of a special thing for someone to choose your app and put that on their phone and carry it around with them all the time. And React Native, from the very beginning, was meant to make that much, much easier to get into that space. But it's come so far through the efforts of the community, through efforts of Meta investing in React, and Expo, of course. I'm here to talk about Expo as well. Through these companies, we've made React Native into a thing that allows you to deliver apps that are this little bit indistinguishable from native apps, right? Like you can't tell. I mean, every day I see a new LinkedIn post of somebody who ported a thing from native to React Native via Expo, and it blows my mind how good these apps are. And I know that wasn't the case a few years ago, but the parity is there. And so React Native is that second stage of lift to help you head towards escape velocity from that gravity, because you can ship to many platforms at the same time. Of course, iOS and Android, but we have Windows, we have macOS, tvOS is coming online, there's React Native Linux, there's React Vision. So you can start targeting AR devices with React. I have a prototypical watch app that I built in React as well. So the sky's the limit. And I really want everybody to really sit with this idea that we have this kind of momentum building behind us for your ideas. And then with Expo, a big part of the reason that I joined Expo was this incredible developer-focused obsession that this company has. They are so focused, Expo is, on helping developers bring ideas to life, building delightful experiences for developers, right? We developers are always working on building delightful experiences for the end users. But this is a company obsessed with building delightful experiences for you. How many of you remember the first moment you used Expo and saw your app come to life on the screen for the first time? How many of you remember that? Wasn't that an amazing experience? Like, I don't know about you, but I felt so empowered. I felt like, oh my God, I have like 96 new ideas now that I'm going to start building all at once. And of course, none of them ever got done. But the point is that this sort of three-stage system of agents, React Native, and Expo come together to make it infinitely possible what you can accomplish, and in the shortest amount of time possible. I mean, I believe that we're sitting in the greatest developer empowerment moment in the entire history of technology. We are more empowered to do more with less than we've ever been before. And to me, that's incredibly exciting. If my North Star is helping other people bring their ideas to life, then all these tools are near and dear to my heart. And for me, this is all about ideas that matter. I think a lot of us sit in our homes or in our spaces and we think, well, I have this idea, but I don't know if I should work on it. I don't know if I have the time. This happened to me with my own app. And I think a lot about how many amazing ideas die before they ever get started because it just all feels so overwhelming. And so if we think about all these tools behind us, then our ideas that matter, whether they matter to you, whether they matter to other people, they're possible now. Ideas you never would have attempted before, they're possible now. And I want you to sit with that idea. I want you to sit with that because I want every person in the room to build something that matters to them, that matters to someone else. There was this company, Zoe, back in the pandemic, that realized as this stuff was starting to get really bad, that they could probably use this prototype that they'd been building for tracking nutrition to learn more about COVID by getting it out there and letting people record and log their symptoms. And so they had this like baseline technology that they needed to rewrite, but they had no idea yet how to get it out to people and no idea how to do it in the amount of time was necessary because we needed this information while it still mattered. It didn't matter if we learned this, 2 years down the road. We needed it now in order to understand this emergent disease better. And so in 36 hours from the first line of code that they wrote to modify their app, they had the app out in people's hands, and more than 1 million users joined this app within a week. And this app actually changed the science. They were the reason that we understood that one of the first symptoms you would see of COVID was losing your sense of taste and smell. Isn't that incredible? 36 hours into people's hands. Now, of course, Apple's app review is not going to let you do that anymore. But just picture it if you could. So they did the science, but Expo was the thing that made it possible to get it into people's hands. And I think these 3 tools I want to come back to, Agents, React Native, and Expo, among with many other tools that we have to use, they make these things possible. The thing about building things is you feel like you've gotten to a good point when you ship it to the App Store, but there's a lot more that comes after that. Once you get the app through the review process, which I know is a ton of fun, you then have to build community around it. You have to get people to use your app. There's a lot of things that go into it. But if you don't have to spend so much time focusing on the tech, then you can spend your time building community and getting people to use your app, right? So this capacity is really powerful if you have this opportunity to use it. And I think every week, are we all seeing all the demos that are going around of people who one-shotted something with Claude or Codex? That's the new baseline. Like, we're at a point now where the demo can be pretty impressive. It can earn you, get people to join you on your journey of building something. It can get you funding. There's a lot a demo can do, but a demo is the new baseline because it's not special anymore. What's special is sticking with it. What's special is being brave enough to build that thing into something you put out in other people's hands with your name on it, ready for the criticism, ready for the complaints, ready for all the things that come. Who out here has an app in the market? Who out here has an app in market that people love? Who out here has an app in market people complain about? It's all the same thing, man. You got to take the good with the bad. But that's the job. And putting it out in front of people is the only way that you can truly call yourself a builder. So I want you to think about what we've talked about. We have all this additional capacity. We have this ability to get things all the way out into users' hands. What do we do with this extra time and energy we have? We raise the ceiling. Build that thing you think is impossible. Don't quit. Don't let anybody deter you. If your idea is important to you, then to me, it matters. And it should matter to you. And it probably matters, just like when you're in a room and you have a question, you probably are representing a certain portion of that room with that question. Ask it. If you have an idea that you think matters, ship it. There's no excuse not to anymore. And with all this extra capacity, I don't want you to use your time and energy to build the same size things we've always built. I want you to be ambitious. Do the big thing. Do the hard thing. If it's scary, it's probably a good idea. Wait, don't quote me on that. Whether it's 3 million or 3 million people, It is incredibly important to me that we see these tools, that we continue to all invest in making the ecosystem stronger so that we can do more with less and that we can all move faster together. Whether you're targeting 3 or 3 million people, it is incredibly valuable for us to invest in this work. Build for the full reach your idea deserves. And this power, I want to be very clear, in itself does not make you a builder. You already are a builder. If you're in this room, you're a builder. These tools give you power, but they don't decide how far you go. You have to do that. And so I want to close with defining a builder as someone who goes all the way, someone who doesn't let the roadblocks stop them, someone who doesn't let the app review process get them down, someone who takes their idea all the way until it has the impact you intended. Are you guys in? So say it with me. I'm a builder. I can't hear you. I'm kind of hard of hearing. I'm a builder. One more time. I'm a builder. Thank you, guys. It's been so amazing to spend this time with you. Build, learn, ship, repeat. Get out there and build something amazing. I'll be your first customer. Thank you so much for spending time with me today.
Other than coming the wrong way on the stage, that dude was all right, man. It was nice for me to see some slides that I understood. Like, that was nice for me. I felt so smart. Okay, wait, hold on a second. We had some people come back in. That's good. I was missing a few. Let me do a check. Where my boy? Did he leave us? My boy that was sitting right. All right, we got to check over here. We got, oh, there you go. Got it. Where's company owner? Oh, there's company owner. Got it. Got it over there. All right. Wait, where's the nice dude from Georgia? There he is. We got the nice dude from Georgia. I got him. All righty. We know they're here. Don't worry about it. They're all right. We got some more. Let me find some more cool people in here that I met. Let's see. Oh, my boy, this is the rest of Lafayette. All righty. Where you from, ma'am? That ain't Lafayette. All right. Do you like it in Chicago? So you've done the winters, obviously, your whole life. Yeah, what's up with that, bro? What's up with them Chicago winters? What does that even mean? You know, he said, I don't ever want to go back, but I got to go home. See what else we got in here. What's up, man? You being good? Wait, did y'all go out and eat last night? Who was in charge? Who was in charge? Wait, the dude in the pink shirt? Wait, didn't you get questions wrong yesterday? Wasn't that you? Let me see something. You were in charge of them. What company y'all work for? Who? No, I'm a teacher. I would never have heard of that. No. Tell me more about this.
It's a data fantasy sports provider.
It's a what?
Basic, like, adjacent sports provider.
Oh, okay. You steal from people. All right, I didn't know that. You could have just said that, bruh. I'm borderline a bookie. All right, you ain't had to put all them pretty words on it. It's like, no, I'm just, bruh, I know you don't take it. They willingly give it to you. That's good. That's great. I like that. I've not come across this before. You are the first amoral coder I've met. So no, bro. Look, I'm telling you what. If y'all need a teacher, you just let me know, because I'm still having a problem with this $80,000 thing. So, the next speaker, I'm amazed, because this dude is from my home state. He's from Louisiana. He about 2.5 hours from coolness. Yeah, he's a Lafayette, and we have some Lafayette contingencies over here. Hold on, y'all got to be real quiet to hear this one dude. All right, you ready? We have some cool Lafayette contingencies. That's it. Wait, they all want to know, have you eaten alligator? What? Frog? Why, bro? Bro, we don't let y'all in the state. What is this? You vegan in Louisiana? In Lafayette? So you don't deep fry nothing? What you eat, bro? Seriously, wait. You gonna wait, hold on, we talking. Hold on. What do you eat? In my state, you do know we put meat in drinks. You do know that, right? No, you can get a Bloody Mary with bacon in it. I am not lying to you. You serious? We'll work on it, bro. That's like, how long you been vegan? How long? 4 years. See, he's too weak to answer. About 4 years. If only I had some meat. All right. Really? All right. This guy's from Lafayette, Louisiana. He does free climbing. He's been up to 200 feet in the air, right? I asked him if he does the thing where there's no ropes. He's a coward, so he uses harnesses and stuff. But here's the cool thing. He owns a $4,500 Pokemon card. He has it on him at night. So if y'all take him down to William Street about 9:30, I'm gonna be waiting for y'all. You got it with you? You got the card with you?
Hell no.
Coward. All right, don't worry about it. Kill that plan. Y'all make a whole lot of noise for the brother from Louisiana, Alex!
I want to apologize, Jeffrey over here. He was getting grilled for being vegan. Don't tell Ken I am as well. So yeah, hi, I'm Alex. Thank y'all so much for coming out this morning. In general, I'm just going to kind of go over a little bit of a historical overview of React Native since at least I've been developing, circa 2017 or so. I've been through a wide variety of different companies, roles, responsibilities, but I'm going to focus a little bit in the back half of my presentation at my time at Skylight. So what is Skylight? And if you'll see over here, it's a family calendar, digital frame app. Big thing to know, calendars, meals, chores, etc. It's an actual physical hardware device. And when you're building a mobile application that's meant to work with that, that presents a lot of really interesting challenges. In general, I've been there for about 3.5 years. Original claim to fame was actually a digital photo frame, and I got to thank Gant personally. I think he was keeping the business afloat. He bought like 8 frames, giving those things out. So, gotta live it up with Gant. Nowadays, again, calendars are our main North Star product. The device itself is built with native Kotlin. I know that's kind of but in general, our mobile application for iOS, Android, and web is all built completely via React Native. So 2017, I started doing React Native development there, back at a company that had 2 native mobile apps with an engineering team that was struggling to maintain both code bases proficiently. And I'll be honest, I really, really wish that Brownfield existed back then, because trying to migrate over to a mobile application in React Native pretty much meant you had to either live in that ecosystem and try to force your way in, or you just had to do what I call a Death Star project. It's a massive undertaking, rebuild the whole thing from scratch. It goes way over budget, way over time, and when you ship it, it's gonna be awful, buggy, and you're trying to do this all while still operating in production. Now, in this case, in 2017, and we're talking about like what tools that we have today in 2026, such a wildly different place. Flat list didn't even exist. You had list view. Virtualized lists was not something that you had to lean against. iOS imports changed so drastically that after that React Native upgrade, most of the ecosystem just failed. Flow and Yoga were introduced. You had an index.iOS and an index.android. that got consolidated into a single index file. And this was moving so fast, and frankly speaking, was just a very fragile point in the React Native ecosystem. There were so many updates to the core library itself that required massive migrations every single time that you had to upgrade it. 2018 is the year that you stopped patching the bridge and made the notion that Fabric needs to happen. Turbo modules, Fabric, JSI. Keep that in mind, 2018. When did we get it fully available? 2026, 2025 era. And it was actually more, at least opt-in, I think in like 2022, and I'll cover that a little bit later. But that was such a huge undertaking. And this is kind of the framework of when you are operating in a production environment, these sort of things take a lot of time and effort. And even then, you're still not going to get it perfect. At the end of the day, after that, Lean Core, it was a big announcement. So we're talking about ripping stuff out from inside of React Native itself. So WebView, async storage, image picker, all used to live inside of the core React Native library itself. You needed a fix for that? You gotta wait for the next React Native upgrade or learn how to patch it yourself. Now, with that ecosystem shift, you could just let the community fix it. Update that module, good to go. Inside of that, .5.6, you had the Babel 7 migration, which, again, we're talking about fragility, constantly broke everything. We got 5.7, we got TypeScript support, and then and that in itself no longer like third-party hacks to just try to get typing inside of a JavaScript landscape. And Expo CLI fully replaced the XDE. So in general, the eject was a word that you said quietly whenever you're trying to think about React Native development back then. It was either you lived within Expo's ecosystem or you didn't. 2019, hooks. Who remembers writing in like full class components? I definitely do. And hooks in 16.8 in February of 2019, full big shift in like the mental model as to how you write software in React and React Native in general. And so overall, the structure of how you structure your application just drastically changed with the lifecycle events. And then I remember this very clearly in 2019, auto linking. Who remembers doing manual linking? Yeah, the number's pretty small, and for good reason, because most people didn't want to have to deal with it. You had to manually go into your settings Gradle files. You had to manually go into your main application Javas. You had to manually go into your Xcode projects on every machine. If you got one thing wrong, good luck. Your afternoon's gone. You got to go figure this out. Also, CocoaPods became the default in iOS. Android X migration. That upgrade took me a month and a half at least to get all of the things working, constant dependency upgrades. Was it worth it? Absolutely. But it just, again, showcases how fragile the ecosystem was at that time. Then we got fast refresh, was finally killed, and so we actually had live reload versus hot reload. Hermes got actually announced on this stage back in 2019. It was a huge shift for us. So we actually could have a JavaScript engine fully built in for mobile instead of having to have a desktop browser version of it. Ahead of its time, bytecode, no JIT, smaller memory footprint, and faster time to interactive. This is a huge shift for us. And as far as Expo is concerned, SDK 33 shipped at that time. We finally got our first idea of React Native Web. Still Webpack, but at the end of the day, it was better than nothing. At that point, also in 35, was when Expo Updates first was being announced. And again, you're starting to see Expo kind of break the wall a little bit of needing to be Expo Go and live completely within that ecosystem. 2020 comes around, Reanimated 2 was a huge deal. You no longer had to live inside of the JS thread. You could actually separate that out with the UI thread. Use animated style became a thing. We're starting to build our toolbox a little bit as to how we can actually be able to write competent mobile applications in React Native. The animation no longer had to wait behind whatever the JS thread was doing. And again, it's a new mental model that even to some degree, a lot of us are probably still trying to absorb today. React Query 1.0 hit that same year, the server response, and so in general, back then, everyone was kind of loading all of their network calls into Redux. It was the state management tool at the time, and you needed some way to get that data out to your UI layer. Now, with React Query, it gave you that opportunity to kind of start separating that out a little bit. And then core React Native in 2020 had a lot of quality of life improvements, but in general had Flipper. Who remembers Flipper? And then 63 gave us Logbox. And the slow death of touchable opacity in the 4 or 5 different ways as to how you want to create a button. And then Hermes itself got, in 2020, like the actual opt-in for that became a little bit more realistic. And then inside of Expo, that's when Expo Build actually became more of a thing. 2021 was when Hermes shipped in iOS, and now that means you could actually have that same JavaScript runtime operate on both sides. It also means that as far as garbage collection is concerned, we're actually starting to create more of a consistent ecosystem across the 2 platforms. And then 2021 is whenever EAS Build went public, Expo Dev Client went live, and then Expo Kit got sunset. And in general, in the 3 years, Expo itself were managing themselves to actually no longer being the thing you ejected from to the thing that, why aren't you using it? And then React Query stopped actually becoming an interesting choice and becoming the default one. TypeScript went from a nice to have to table stakes as to why aren't you building your application with typing? And also at that time I became a dad and I lost a lot of sleep. 68 came out, and that's whenever the actual JSI, like the actual Fabric new architecture itself actually became for public opt-in. Again, 2022. We didn't actually fully make it a no longer opt-in until 2025. Still, huge undertaking to go through, but it just comes to show that progress is not linear, and it's going to take a lot of time no matter what you do. And then in general, we got Hermes itself to become bundled with React Native itself. You actually had React 18 support, Android builds with CMake, and as far as flat lists, we talked about flat lists replacing the list view. Flash list and legend list and all these other list providers themselves started becoming more available for us for actual recycling. And then as far as Expo is concerned, Expo Update, over-the-air updates became first-class product. CLI moved to actual NPX, so no longer having to globally install your CLI on your machine. And then pre-build started to actually make it so that you could generate your Android and iOS directories, as well as instead of having to actually maintain those within the realm of Expo. And then Expo Router actually started getting previewed at the end of that year. So we hit 2023. This is the year I joined Skylight, and I kind of gave a brief overview of the ecosystem up to that point. Everything I'm going to talk about after this is us operating on a production-grade application that has millions of families events, live users. There's no Death Star project. You're having to rebuild this thing as you're flying. And it's hard. We had major issues when I joined. And this is just an honest take. This is not a story about bad engineering. This is a story about how you're always having to ship new product features. You're always, and let's be honest, it's most of the time going to win the argument of, should I build this net new feature or should I go and spend a month of my life going rebuild this thing? And it's a rational thing for very small teams. But it also means that you're going to have dependencies frozen in the past. So every upgrade wasn't actually an upgrade. It was a chain of them. Each link in the chain had its own breaking changes. That's how you end up being 5 years behind without ever anyone wanting to be 5 years behind. We were on React Navigation v3, I think at the time, using like React Native Flux navigation or some crazy implementation of that. So in 2023, it's not a set of technology I was expecting to run into, to be quite honest. The concept of environment files didn't exist. If you want to swap between production and staging, you went in there, swapped your string, and there's your local environment shift. And the Redux setup I had was pre-Thunk and Saga's level. So it had a hand-rolled API layer. Async lived pretty much wherever someone wanted to put it, and the caching layer of client-side and API state was a gigantic mess. And again, it worked. People were able to use the mobile application, and that's fine. But we can also rationally say, we'd like something to be a little bit better. And it's not ever going to be fast. It's not ever going to be quick. It's going to be a nonlinear process. You're going to have small bursts, and sometimes it's going to take a while before you're ever able to fully prioritize what you can actually want to work on. As far as what we attempted to do, so moving to like an actual atomic design component system, going to TypeScript fully, getting off of Redux, using TanStack query for server state, using Zustand for client state. That split matters for us. We could stop pretending that Redux was this globalized, store for us. We wanted a separation of concern. And then eventually just delete it from the repository altogether. And I want to be honest that all retrospectives shouldn't all be about wins. There were losses and misses along the way. Our first styling library we wanted to choose at the time was Dripsy. I don't know if anyone even knows what Dripsy is. Fernando Rojo styling library. And I think one of the big things that I still feel today is like the React Native core styling that's provided with Style Sheet is good, but as composable as we want React Native to be to operate in desktop, to operate on web, to operate on tablet, to operate on our mobile phones, now foldable devices. Style Sheet's not that flexible as a solution. And so we wanted to go with Dripsy. It came and went. I think the big thing to recognize is that you have to audit your solutions over time and figure out what works best for you, and just know that there are times you have to eject from what you have. But it's important to draw that line in the sand and say, this is what we're going to start using. This is what we use today. This is not about version numbers or any of that stuff. This is just, in general, incrementally where we ended up now in 2026. The code base is wildly different. The functionality that exists in there between net new features, but also the core infrastructure is just completely different. As far as this is concerned, again, React Native Web. So that's just a huge deal for us. I think I've had several conversations of people. Business wants to bring all of their mobile features onto the web and don't want to have to staff up a brand new side of the business, don't want to have to actually spend that effort to build it. React Native Web exists as that ecosystem for us, and that was our big driving force for us. So I'm going to talk a little bit about three different things that are fresh in my mind right now. So React Compiler just recently-ish became a thing for us on the React Native side. It's been around on the React side for a little bit, but obviously the native landscape has its own complications. But for you unaware, what is it attempting to do? It auto-memoizes your components, derived values, and callbacks. So if the big North Star is no use memo, use callback, or memoization, just let the compiler do it for you. We turned it app-wide on for us in March of this year. And there's a baseline of about 77% of our components were optimized. And to let it be clear, that was a value that I measured later. It wasn't something that I knew how well our mobile application was being optimized as part of this. The main problem here is that we had code convention of trying to prep for this and starting to pull away from doing our own custom use memos to effectively doing IFIs. And what happens whenever you're expecting a file that, for all intents and purposes, should be memoized, isn't. And you don't quite know what's going on until you measure it. We have here, again, from that 77%, 23% of it not being optimized. And you can see that computed property destructuring I've got right there. That alone existing in a file was enough to just make the compiler bail. And it's not like we're not using the ESLint rules to check for this stuff. It just exits 0. You're green, you're good. There's no problem here, except there was. And the problem is that even in the world that we live today in 2026, with agentic programming, our agents file, we're 100% generating new software and editing our current software, making that code style a thing. And if you actually dig into this a little bit, it actually goes through a to-do path in the compiler. It says, I'll get to this eventually, and just will silently fail. And in this alone, on one of our major screens that has a ton of form inputs, toggling like a profile filter caused a 700 view subtree to just completely re-render in a spot that we were expecting to just operate in a pure memoized fashion. And the fix itself was auditing. And I'm going to talk about this a little bit later, and again, we have these tools available to us now with Claude, et cetera, to actually offload tasks that you normally wouldn't have time to do or want to do that now exist for us to be able to just operate within. And in that probe itself, we're able to actually get hard values that allow us to set a Babel plugin. So in this case, in order to fix, I just created a Babel plugin that transpiled that idiom into a format that the compiler actually liked. Now, all of a sudden, 63 bailouts went to 0. A page that wasn't being auto-memoized now is. The expectation became reality at that point. And for us, there's certain parts that won't ever fully be memoized with React Compiler. We use Unistyles as our styling library of choice today. There's about 14 different pages that we've got that just bail out because it can't handle Unistyles under the hood to compile it. And I also want to make sure it's known, React Compiler is not a silver bullet. We just had the talk yesterday about legend state. There's more and more opportunities to actually fully audit your pages and to eke out as much performance as you possibly can. But at the baseline, you should be able to use the tools that you've got available to you today. Next big thing for me is TanStackDB. So I mentioned TanStack Query a good bit, and I will be the first to say that not everyone needs to use TanStackDB, but I will be the first to say that if you need a sync engine solution, it might be a pretty decent choice for you to use. So what's going on here? This was our month view, I think, circa 3 months ago, 2 months ago at this point. You can see I have got these chevrons on the sides. I'm tapping them. It takes a second for the data to actually load and render. And there's a couple things happening here. We've got calendar event data. We've got meals data. We've got the actual format of the data itself is like this band. Our API doesn't return that data to us in this shape, as you can about imagine. We have to transform the data. We have to actually combine it. And just a replace equal deep on every swipe alone was causing performance hits. With TanStackDB itself, the goal is to, in our mind, start to shift away from API and cache after that to cache first, API as a transaction that occurs after that. And we have, at Skylight, feature sets that are important to actually operate offline. If you go to a grocery store and you want to go buy groceries, you better hope your grocery list loads. For the longest time, ours didn't. If you were in a Kroger that had an aluminum roof, you're out of luck. Better hope you have good memory. Now, with TanStackDB and an offline first approach, we're able to actually go through and support it. And that architectural shift, while fairly heavy on the boilerplate side, was enough for us to be able to actually set up that dichotomy of what the UI layer was responsible for, what the API layer was responsible for. And once it was built, it's there for us now. Here's our month view now. I don't know, it feels a little bit snappier. I don't know about you. We utilize, with part of TanStackDB, use live query. That differential data flow is incredibly performant. Remember how I mentioned how the API data itself is not returned in the way that you would expect it to be? We actually can generate a TanStack query collection for the actual API data, and then have a local collection as a derivative of that. And so now we can create these bands as a concept and have this orchestrator and this compute level that's responsible for chunking that layer out and presenting it to the UI. And then I don't think it'd be a Chain React 2026 talk if I didn't talk about AI, right? Well, it's all about how you want to use it, right? And in general, my honest take on this is that you should be using this to tackle the things that historically you haven't had the time to do. Your product team wants you to build this new feature. Well, what if you had your agent actually go work in a work tree and start doing some auditing on your existing code base and starting to do a migration on something while also building your feature? Being able to actually expand out what you have capable to you is important. Software Mention built out Argent itself. That's been a fantastic tool for me for profiling. It's what actually gave me all the data that I need to know regarding the React compiler itself. And also it allowed us to validate a lot of the findings we had regarding our month view. In general, we're always exploring about what's the upcoming things and things that are important to us. So we're going to continue to operate in the realm of TanStackDB being important. We're going to continue to operate in a way of actually bringing in proper sync engine support. So whether or not that's actually PowerSync, Electric SQL, whatever. But in general, that's it. I want to thank you all. If you want to talk to me more about what I do at Skylight, if you want to learn who that wonderful buddy over there is, that's Kurt. You can, again, come talk to me. That's my LinkedIn right there. I'm not a highly active person on Twitter or X. But again, it was a pleasure, and I'd be remiss if I didn't at least show this. This was a big hit with my 4-year-old. But yeah, that's it. Thank y'all.
Amazing, great job. Give it up for Louisiana, man. That's talking all that good stuff. All right, we're about to do a break, so we're gonna make sure we take care of some announcements. 10:25, try to make your way back in here for the next speaker, 10:25. Also, the hot swap table, we've got some cool stuff going on upstairs. Also, this dude still ain't hired nobody, right? So put your email up for this, I want a job and I need a job. So put your email up. Look for the people who said, I'm looking for people. Just start emailing them. Hey, how you doing? I need work. So put that up there. Talk to them. You'll be happy to know for break. Let me see. They send me the menu. It's good. We're having American Condor. That's good. With sauteed baby seal. You ready? All right, bruh. And then even some creatures that don't even exist. I heard they found a Pikachu. Ooh, roasted Pikachu. Y'all are having a great time because y'all are amazing people. And I'm having fun dealing with y'all. Let's take a quick little break, go visit the vendors, have a good time, 10:25. How y'all doing? Woo! I'm gonna start on this side of the stage because I think I've neglected the left-hand side for me. All right, I have another giveaway for me, and I have to talk about the giveaways that's gonna happen at 5 o'clock. I actually make these, it's pretty cool. It's a cool coaster, pretty colors. What I need to find out now, here's my New Orleans question. I know everybody knows the Pelicans. They're adorable. We have a basketball team. New Orleans used to have a basketball team. Another city/state stole them, kept the name, and now the name makes no sense. What you got? Who was that? Come on over. The Utah Jazz. Because we know jazz originated in Utah. As Scooby-Doo Jackson was sitting on the Great Salt Lake, and there you go, man. Thank you. Yeah, they took the team and they kept the name. And can anybody tell me what other famous basketball team relocated, kept the name, and it made no sense? What? The Los Angeles Lakers. What city were they? Minneapolis. Because we know the many lakes of Los Angeles. I think, does anybody think when a team relocates they should change the name? That's kind of ridiculous. Like, I'm saying, now the Falcons have always been in Atlanta, right? Y'all don't even know, do you? Okay, and their basketball team's the what? The Hawks, there you go. All righty. And so y'all don't do hockey, right? Not anymore. You did? What was the name of the team? The what? Isn't that a shark? I see that. And the name of your baseball team? They what? And who was the famous player? Hank Aaron. There you go. Look at y'all. Y'all coming back. I like that. Reminder, at 5 o'clock, we're going to have tremendous giveaways. Every table has a bajillion giveaways. You got to be there, right? So you have to be here at 5 o'clock when the giveaways start. Like that dude right there in the blue shirt, he could win they're giving away a new car. They're not. Stop. All right. But if he's not here, and winning the Maserati, what's your name? Tim. Anybody know that reference? They call me Tim. Oh my God! Who was that? I got to get you something. Tim the what? Oh, Tim the Enchanter, played by. Oh my God, y'all are so smart. Wait, was that Atlanta? God damn it. All right, so if Tim wins the Maserati, but Tim had to go to William Street, right? And then the Maserati gone. There it is. So make sure at 5 o'clock when we do the giveaways that you guys are ready to rock and roll. As people come in, I do want to remind you guys and guyettes, please ignore me. First of all, I'm 1,000, and I'm from the South, so we say you guys, and we mean everybody. So please bear with me. You don't need to remind me of the life I live in extreme poverty. I'm going to explain to you our next speaker, and you're going to pick the moment. Pick the moment. The gentleman is from Finland. From Finland, but he now lives in the Netherlands. And as an American, I went, ain't that the same? We don't know. We really don't. He's a carpenter, right? We were doing great, having a wonderful conversation. I asked him, he says he renovates houses. I said, bruh, what's the biggest renovation you've ever done? His answer, my summer home. Because my summer home is the same as my winter home, which is no different than my spring or fall home. And then he's like, oh, no, you don't understand. No, it's a small town. I just bought it. It's a small house. Jerk. All right. But just when I thought it couldn't get more worsterer, it got most worsterest. He says he loves to travel. I said, oh, where do you like to go? Japan. I've been there about 10, 12 times. First of all, why the hell did you skip 11? But he just randomly picks up and goes to Japan. When's the last time you went?
April.
I was broke in April, too. All right. Really? Was it for work?
No, it was for vacation.
Oh, damn! Did you leave from your regular house or your summer home? He's thinking about it. Oh, my God! Which one?
Well, actually, I left from my girlfriend's place, so technically I wasn't even
So
in
now you
either
got
one
three
of those
houses.
homes.
God
so-
damn. All right, so you left from your girlfriend's house.
Yeah.
And you went to Japan.
Yeah.
Then when you came back, which house you came back to?
To the summer home. It was already summer in Finland.
Well, of course. I mean, heaven forbid you get caught in your spring home during the fall.
Exactly.
Next thing, do you watch different TV sets? Like,
Like you mean in different houses? Or no,
I'm
no,
done
no,
with him.
no.
All right.
I mostly read. So.
man, just stop talking. All right. I was even practicing how to say your name. I don't even care no more. Y'all make a whole lot of noise for this guy.
Thank you. Can I get my slides up? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Perttu Lähtenahti is the name. I'm going to introduce myself a little bit later, but we're going to talk about how to make your React Native apps first-class citizens on iOS. Can I get a show of hands how many people here use Android phones? Please still, sit down, don't leave. That would be very rude. You're going to get something at the end. It's going to be very tiny, but I hope that it's worth it. It's probably not going to be, but just sit down, OK? So yeah, we're going to talk about how to make your apps first-class citizens on iOS. Basically, in such a way that you don't actually have to open the app. And you've probably heard people saying, Twitter, whatnot, that apps are dead. We have agents now. Why would I build an app? Why would I even download an app when my agent gets just do those things by themselves? And I wouldn't really say that we're there or we're ever really going to get there, but the way we reach our apps or interact with our apps is changing, basically because Google and Apple are both advocating for that. And there's a few reasons for that. Phones have always been a bad input device. Small screens, we have two thumbs, which are not very dexterous, and everything is usually behind a menu. So it's not a perfect medium to consume anything, consuming is good, but interacting with stuff. And we've had voice agents for a very long time. Everyone knows Siri, and everyone also knows how bad Siri is. But this year, both Google and Apple are kind of thinking okay, we finally have something. We have the LLMs, which can actually understand context in a different way. If we now take the voice agents, we can actually get them to do something with the apps. And that's part of the reason why Apple is also trying really hard to sell Siri AI to you. So you have, I don't know if you watched Dap.dc this summer in June. All about it was about Siri AI, which is funny. They're once again selling it because they also sold it 2 years ago. And during those 2 years, they didn't actually ship any of those stuff. But now they're finally feeling that we actually got there, finally. And they're very confident about it. So this talk is about how you get your app to work actually with Siri AI and that stuff. And as a side effect, you get a bunch of other stuff as well that makes your app reachable outside of the app. And there are a few reasons why you would like to do that, which we'll get later. But before I get into that, I just want to introduce myself. So, like I said, Perttu Lähtenahti is my name. I'm a senior developer advocate at RevenueCat. We have a booth outside there. What that means when I do for my work is that I produce content, articles, videos, talks, and code on how to monetize your app. So before that, I used to work with apps a lot. I used to build a lot of React Native apps in the last 10 years. I absolutely love it. It's very fun. But you kind of have to make money with that. And RevenueCat is the solution to that. You integrate us, and we make it very easy for you to make money with your app. We have a booth outside, like I said. There's coffee, there's swag. Come say hi or complain about the talk, whatever you want to. And yeah, that's basically me in a nutshell. I'm from Finland. That's where the summer home is. I live in Netherlands. That's where my girlfriend lives. And yeah, that's about it. So today's topic is called app intents. And that's actually Apple's word for all of the things that encompass interacting with Siri AI and the further on-device intelligence. In one sentence, it's just a way to tell iOS what your app can do and what kind of content it has inside of it, and then surface those to different parts of the system. But I like to say that App Intents is essentially the MCP for Siri. And that's like a better mental model than whatever Apple has in documentation. The way it works is you describe what your app has, and suddenly it gets surfaced in multiple places. So for example, Siri is like one of the most obvious ones, but then also Spotlight Search. So when you're searching for your app, it can surface what actions your app actually has and what content it shows. Shortcut apps, I don't know if you've ever used that, but that's a very powerful tool where you can also surface your app stuff. Widgets, of course, making those interactive, also uses App Intents. And then Control Center and Action Button. So all of those places actually use App Intents to tell what your app can do. I have an app that I've built. Has nothing to do with Netlify. I'm not related to, in any way, affiliated with Netlify, but it's a Netlify client called Netly.fii. And I just built it as a side project like some years ago, and it turned out to be like have an actually big audience. So I'm going to use it as an example here. Some of the concepts from it are going to show up. So it shows you sites, your sites that you've deployed, form subscriptions and whatnot. If you like it, it's completely free. You can find it behind that QR code that for some reason gets really squished on this tiny screen, but no can do. Hopefully, if you can't find it, it's probably in the App Store, also by those words. And with that app, like one of the main ways of using that is to get notifications and do something, but of course you go into the app and you also deploy apps. But what if I wanted to, for example, ask Siri to like, hey, what's the status of my personal net site or the marketing website for the app? I can't really do that because Siri has never been inside my app. It doesn't know what a site is, or that I have like any number of them and it doesn't know what to do with those. So how do we teach Siri and the whole Siri AI to know about that? That we use App Intents. There's actually 3 parts to this. So there's the verb part. So that is the app intent. We teach Siri that these are the things my app can do. It can deploy a site. It can cancel a deploy. Then we teach it nouns. So what are the things it can interact with? What is the content inside the app? That's like something that my app has. So for example, a website. And then we tell it how to find those different app entities using the query. So it's like, OK, if we look at this in concept, it's like we have the deploy as the verb, we have the site as the noun, and then we have the favorite sites list, for example, as the entity query. So find the site from the favorite sites and deploy it. How do you add these to your app? So you actually need Swift UI and Swift code, but you can get started pretty easily by just adding the Evan Baker's Apple Targets extension. You add that, and you run a command to generate app intent, and you get 2 targets. You get the one here, the app plugin config file or target config file. You only have to decide that the app group is the correct one that you're using in your app so that you can share some data. And then you get the extension.swift file here on the right. And that's where you're going to be writing most of your code. Well, if you don't know Swift, you can pretty easily ask agents to do this. The easiest way is to actually use a skill for this that has the update, because like I said, Apple introduced this quite early already, the Apple App Intents. There's a lot of outdated info. 2024 isn't actually the first version of App Intents. The first version came out in 2022, and it had basically no usage at that point. But a lot of LLMs still try to use the information from there, which is like deprecated, outdated. So there's a skill. When I share a QR code, you can find it in an Argyle version of this that you should use instead to generate the Swift code for this. All right, so the app intent, let's start with that. So we want to first define the actions that our app can do. Like I said, my app can trigger builds. So we're going to define just like app intent as you can see it there. I don't know if you've read Swift UI code, but you can see that it's pretty simple. It's going to trigger a build, and then it's going to ask which site. And I'm just going to tell it, like, pick it from a site entity, and you have to pick it. Then I'm going to define the app entity that it's going to use. So it's going to be a Netlify site in this case, and it has only 2 values, the ID and the name. And the ID is the one that it uses to deploy, and name is the one that it uses to reference. So display presentation, the one that Siri would surface, and the one you tell actually Siri is the name of the site. And then I only need to design the entity string query, or the site query. So I tell it to look up the entities, the different site app entities in this case, pull it from the fetch sites API that I also have to define in both React Native and Swift UI. Unfortunately, there's a very little code sharing this part. And then I can tell it that, OK, once you get those stuff, return the 10 size, for example. Or if I was using the favorite size, use the suggested entities. And that's it in a nutshell. These are all things your agent can handle. You don't have to learn it from here. And then we have also phrases. So we can also teach Siri to, we technically don't need this with Spotlight, but with Siri, for example, we can teach them different ways of finding or doing the different things. Because I might say, redeploy my site, but someone else might say, can you rebuild my site? If we teach those whole versions to Siri, a few different versions, like redeploy or deploy, we get better results when users try to query those. This feels like a bit of an annoying thing to do, and it is. Like, I hope that Apple comes with a better API for this. But at this moment, this is the only thing we can work with. And yeah, probably they're thinking of something better. Hopefully, we'll get LLMs actually like understanding the context better, and this also improves. But currently, this is the only thing we have. And like I said, the intent is actually not a call into your app. It's a second, much smaller client of the same thing. So whatever you've defined in your app, how that logic functions, you kind of have to duplicate that in Swift UI. Kind of tedious, but then again, LLMs are the solutions to that, so I wouldn't see that as a problem. But because it's two different ways of getting data, or two places where same data and actions can exist, we can actually feed it in two different ways. So one of those ways is to just give it through an API. We can tell it that, OK, do the fetch deploys, get the sites from there, directly from the API, your backend, whatever. But we can also use the extension storage. So that is, if we have the same app group for the extension and your app, we can share data between those. And then you can just like ask it to return the data from there. That means that your app has to run at one point to like put some stuff into that storage. So if your app has a backend, most likely the fastest way is to just call the backend directly from the Swift UI code. But alternative option is to just keep everything locally and use the extension storage. And how we format this code? So we have, of course, like the app intent target, where we write the Swift code. And then we have the shared folder, where we can actually put stuff that we share between the extensions. So we could have multiple app intents. We could have widgets. We could have stuff that needs to share, for example, how certain strings are formulated. Those all go in the shared folder. So this automatically, almost everything from here automatically comes when you just run the Apple targets, Expo Apple targets, and you get all of this. You don't really have to think about it. Your LLMs can handle it pretty well. Even the package itself comes with a skill to do these things correctly. There are a few things that you will hit when you start doing this. So if, like, these are some things that I've learned the hard way. So if you don't have the same app group ID for your app and the intent, nothing will work, and you won't actually get any kind of an error message why things aren't working. Things will just not, like, show up. They will not work. Similarly, like, app extensions can't see the app keychain. So in order to share that, you need to share the access group as well. And then use after first unlock, which means that after your phone restarts, user has to unlock the app at least once. And after that, they can like access the app intents, even in the background. That's a useful thing to have, because then you won't, for example, have a problem where it like opens your app in order to continue. You should also default the background mode so that you use the open app when run, because otherwise it will open the app and it will kill actually AirPods, CarPlay, and like the lock screen, which is not really something you want. You want things to happen when you're just asking Siri, for example, in CarPlay, to do this thing, or when you're with your headphones and your phone is in your pocket. And this is also another thing, is like broken intents don't error almost in any way. They just don't show up anywhere in the phone or in the device itself. So you have to look at the build log to see the metadata being written. And if that's not happening, then you know that something is wrong with how you define it. So then it, of course, becomes like, how do you test all of this? Because this sounds also super complicated. Currently, the best way to test all of this is actually Apple's own Shortcuts app. So everything you define as an app intent or app entity or intent query actually shows up there. So for example, in case of netlib.fii, I can see that the build status and build minutes command or app actions show up there. Then I can see actually like the eigen presentations of build site. It's now saying the site names, but the first row is like build site, and the second row is like redeploy the site. And you can actually use that to both test like how the data shows up, but also chain these and try different queries how those should work. If it works in shortcuts, it will work with Siri. So this is like the best visual way of testing those things. Recently in dap.tc this year, for iOS 27, once that rolls out, there's also a possibility to use app intents testing framework, which essentially allows you to define like how you want your intents to be tested. That has to be done in Swift, but you get the same results as if you were doing the stuff manually in Shortcut apps. This is not available yet unless you're using iOS 27, but once this rolls out, this is probably the preferred way and also the way that agents can interact with your stuff. All right, so here's an example of how things show up. This is on the, I recorded this like an hour ago, on the bad internet, so you can actually see that it takes a little bit long time before it actually surfaces anything. But those are queries that I've either typed down or set, and actually Siri then shows them that, hey, what's the status of netlib.fi net website? It tells you that, okay, it was last deployed 3 days ago. So you can see them in the Spotlight searches as well as you use Siri. You can either type to Siri or say to them, and that's kind of how you want to run it on the device. If you want to get started this week, you just need to add like the Bacon Apple targets and then do the create target app intent. Then when you start designing your app intents, think of the main categories of your app, like what you should be doing, like what are the things user wants to do your app, and which they also necessarily don't need to open the app. Don't make multiple versions of that, like pick the 3 cases. There's a certain, like there's no limit how many you can add, but at some point, the way Siri surfaces them, like it will, like if you type down the app name, for example, in Siri, it will show just the ones that it thinks are the most important ones, which might be the ones that you think are the most important. So there's no priority ordering that. Take a look at the build logs on the Xcode, for example, and see what's happening there to see if things are actually breaking. And then test on the device. So Simulator won't train Siri, and it won't enforce a memory limit. So if you have an app intent or app action that actually runs like way too long and takes up too much memory, that will actually still succeed on Simulator. But once you run it on a device, it errors and then it fails. So it's useful, or it's actually necessary to run it on device as well. And yeah, like I said, Android is building the same thing. It's called app functions. Actually, I don't think there's a space in it, so I've made a typo there. Like they're connecting that with Gemini. It has the same shape, like same constraints. Essentially, it works the same, but currently there's no way to do that on React Native yet. I guess someone will at some point make it similar to Apple Expo targets for us to write these things. So I haven't tested it. It's doable. I haven't actually even like seen them on Android device being used that much. So like most of Android features, I think they're kind of like, they're out there, but no one's really using them, which is very unfortunate. So yeah, and I would conclude this by saying like the age of screen tapping is kind of over. Like majority of the stuff that people will start doing with your app will actually start to happen using Siri, using Spotlight, when they're traveling, or even just like if Siri actually delivers on all the promises that Apple made in June, this will happen automatically, because once you add the app intents and the app entities, those will automatically surface to Siri, and you don't really even have to think about it after that. Users will find, and Siri AI together, will actually find the different ways of interacting with your app. So that is all I have. You can find the app from there. There's going to be also a blog post version of this talk on both of those sites. So on my personal net site, Perttu.dev, I'm going to put some code examples there, some skills on how to do this. If you have any questions, Ronycat booth is right outside. It has coffee. We have lots of swag. And then I want to close with one more thing. So We just like today kicked off the world's biggest hackathon. We have like 700,000 in prizes. We'll probably get to all the way to 1 million. We have a bunch of categories. Main prize is 100,000. The ask is very simple. You build an app. It can be, as long as it's an app that you have not released yet, it can be something that you've worked for years, or it can be something that you started working today, for example. Release it between today and September 30th, so 2 months. Submit it, and you're eligible to like a lot of prize money, and you also get your app in App Store. It can be a React Native app, it can be a SwiftUI app, whatever, it doesn't matter. As long as it's on iOS, Android, or Galaxy Store, actually, you have pretty good chances of shipping out something really good. And I would suggest that you take a look at this hackathon. I've been working on it for like half a year now. It's going to be pretty big. We're expecting, last year we had like 1,500 apps submitted. This year we're almost going to try to triple it. That means that the judging process is going to be hard, but your chances of winning are still pretty good because React Native apps are actually did really well last year. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. Did he talk smart? Good. He ain't dropped no more like, well, I'm going to my other home planet or nothing. He didn't, nothing else? Okay, all righty. No problem at all. This is a treat, and this happens every now and then. Sometimes we'll see a speaker twice, and that just happens that, first day he has, really, bruh? Atlanta, why you did that? That's all right. I'm just messing with you, but you're all right. Wait a minute. Y'all were sitting right there. Why you moved? You what? You were late? But we like you, so that's okay. You could have come sat right back up front. Oh, he's trying to hide. That's cute. What's your name, man? We know his name. What's your name? Hey, you had to look to him? That's all right. It's usually the other way. We just look at, babe, what's my name? All right. Miss Erica, are you also a programmer? No, that's fine. Look, most of these people is kinda. Don't worry about it. And what's your thing? What kind of programming, talky thingy do you do? Really? So it started about 2 years ago. It was a sense of ennui. It was just an unrest. I don't know. I'm trying to find my way. What can you do for me? You're just gonna laugh in my face. That's all right. That's what my other therapist did. That's okay. There's no hope. Try gardening? I ain't no hoe. Ha! Ha! You see what I'm saying? He said gardening. I said a hoe, which is a garden tool, not the naughty one you were thinking about. Are you a gardener? You grow things? Okay, what do you grow? Spicy peppers? Nice. Have you tried growing ribeyes? Oh, my ribeye plants came in last year. Oh my God. You got to get them just right though. Yeah, oh, goddamn. Where are you from? Okay, shock. But no. All right, so wait, vegan? So no dairy, no milk, no egg, no nothing? Nothing. No, I know, baby, I know. I didn't say you were starving. I just said the reason why is because if they can tell you we're broken in the South. We will eat everything, right? And if you don't know this, and nothing on a hog goes to waste. Like everything, we eat everything. Cracklins, anybody? Cracklins? Wait, nice Georgia dude, where you at? Cracklins, right? Oh man, some good stuff, which is ethically wrong. They're delicious though, ain't they? Right, what about, pork chopping grits? Good, once again, shame on him for eating them pork chops, but they good, ain't they? Oh my God, pork shoulder, everything. You may not know this. In New Orleans, we have something called Hog Heads cheese. Anybody know what that is? You know what it is? What do you know? You gave it up. Tell them, Lafayette, what's Hoghead's cheese? Yeah, literally you take the inner brain and you munge it up and you put it in like an aspic gel, and because it's delicious. And then you kind of mush it together and it is good. But I am against it. Shame on people. Now, get out of here, Dev. Come here, Dev. All right. So y'all, when we last met Dev, come here. He was crying like a big crybaby face that we didn't have the right one. Here you go, chump.
Oh no, not again.
No, it's a speed cube. I even sprayed WD-40 on it. All right? So you ready?
Okay.
Hold on. Go.
Oh, it's already being messed up.
Oh, you said that last
Oh
time,
no.
right?
See, when you put me on the spot like this.
You can do it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go, Dev, go.
It definitely feels much better to have this one. And where did that go?
Oh, yeah, no, you clearly have the blue where the green should be.
Are you counting time? I didn't even see the time. Okay, why do I always
Don't
get the
woo him.
difficult
He ain't did it.
cases? There we go.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
All right, you have redeemed yourself.
Thank you.
Make some noise for my boy Dev.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so let me get this set up. Thank you for joining me for my second talk at this conference today. I feel like the substitute teacher. You probably watched my talk yesterday, and you watched me get humiliated on stage yesterday, thankfully today, my friend Jack Harrington actually got the speed cube for me so that I can actually redeem myself. Thanks for the cube, and thanks for the opportunity to Ken. Okay, but just in case you were not here yesterday, or for my talk yesterday, I'm Dev, and I'm a dev. I've been building full-stack apps for about 9 years, mostly using JavaScript, but some other languages here and there as well. I'm going to be working with CodeMod as a software engineer. I'm a core team member of Solid.js, so sometimes I kind of feel like I'm supporting the opposition by being here, but hey, all frameworks love each other. But I also contribute to the Tanstack ecosystem sometimes. But more importantly, I'm building a framework of my own called Spectre, which is a specification framework. So it'll help you or your coding agents be more reliable at building applications. So if that's something you might be interested in, check it out or stop me after this talk in the hallway. Always happy to talk about AI and coding. And if you like this talk, check out some of my other content on YouTube and on X. I'm trying to post like one blog post a day on Twitter. X. It's Twitter, OK. It is Twitter then, got it. OK, so the holy grail of user experience. This is what I like to consider the holy grail, fast, real-time, and offline first. These words sometimes have vague and complicated definitions. So I'm going to try to simplify them for the sake of this talk. Fast means that the application should instantly respond to user interactions, and it shouldn't block the user from doing other things in your app. So when I click a button, I shouldn't be staring at a loading spinner for 5 minutes before and waiting for it to talk to the server and receive some acknowledgement before I can do literally anything else. That's kind of the opposite of fast for me. Real time means if two people are looking at the same data and one of them changes it, the other person should see that change automatically and as soon as possible. Obviously, it literally cannot be instantly in terms of wall clock time because there's physics, but it should be as soon as possible, and it shouldn't require manual refreshing. And finally, offline first means application should continue to work, at least to some extent, without needing a network connection. And this is not just for the people who work in forests, because everyone has been into tunnels every now and then. So even if you lose a network connection for a couple seconds, it can potentially destroy the complete user experience. So it's nice for apps to work offline to at least some extent. These three concepts, I call them the holy grail of user experience because every user kind of implicitly expects every app that they use to have these properties. If you give a regular non-technical person some sort of an app and it doesn't have, it's not fast, it's not real time, and it's not offline first, they kind of just perceive it as like bad development or like an incompetence of developers that, hey, this is just supposed to work, but if it doesn't work like this, it feels like there's something wrong here, or there's something wrong with how this app was built. But at the same time, speaking from the end of the developers, there's a very good reason why very few apps actually have all these properties, why most of us build apps that don't have these properties. And it's because full stack apps are distributed systems, which means we have state on the client and we have state on the server, and we want these two things to be in sync with each other. And of course, yeah, distributed systems are just hard. If you haven't worked with distributed systems before, that's great. Don't ever do that intentionally. But obviously, we are kind of forced to deal with the fact that every full stack app is distributed. So I have a demo of what this looks like. Let me see if I can make it full screen. OK, so I have my habit tracking app again. I'm going to go. So I have 3 versions here. This is a normal version. The server is unavailable. OK, perfect. There we go. So I can try to add something here like that, and it just everything works. But if I add some delay here, can you guys still hear me if I turn my head like this? I don't know. OK, I'll try to stick to this. So I have added like a 3-second delay here. And if I go back here and I type something, I press, it doesn't show up for a while. It just gets stuck here because I can't really do anything else unless the request resolves and the server says, like, OK, everything is saved. Now you can continue doing things. I can try that again. Just type something, press Enter, and now we're stuck here. We have to wait 3 seconds before it shows up in the UI, and then I can add some other things. This is kind of like the typical experience that we build for our users, and we don't always notice it because we test it in this mode, where the server is running locally, or maybe some development server that we have like very fast internet access to. But we're not going to notice this until we introduce artificial latency or until it hits production and users are actually having trouble with this app in slow, unreliable, spotty networks. And what's worse is if we go offline, it'll just kind of stop working entirely. I type something, and it's just going to throw an error and say, hey, we're offline. You can't actually do anything. And if I accidentally close this app and open it again, it won't even show me this data that I already have, because most of the time we fetch data from the server when we open the app. And if there's no server, there's no data, which is kind of a bummer for the user. So this is what the app actually looks like for the user. It's not a great experience. But the reason we built this is because it's a great experience for us, the developers, when we don't have to worry about a bunch of different edge cases. So I'm going to, yeah, this is the simple version. So I'm going to show what the code for the simple version kind of looks like quickly. Let's get rid of that. Let's zoom in a bit more. OK, so we are fetching some data in an effect, which already probably tells you like this is a super old way of doing things. But I just have everything in my state here. So I have all my journal entries in this state. I have some loading and error states. I have a state for the draft, so the input box. And if I collapse this effect, I have the submit event here, which simply sets the saving state to true, set the error to null, run the actual async operation that goes to the server and adds the entry, add it to my local state, and then clear the input. So this is pretty simple logic, the kind of logic that we probably write every day. There's nothing too fancy, too complicated going on here. We have our loading and error states. And a lot of that can probably be abstracted away if we use a library like TanStackQuery or RTKQuery, whatever. There's a lot of libraries that kind of take care of this. But the code overall is pretty simple. This is the kind of code that we would love to maintain over time without fancy abstractions that people have made up. And this is also the kind of code that the agents would be pretty happy to write. OK, but the problem is this app is not fast. It's definitely not real time, and it's almost certainly not offline first. So what would it look like if we actually tried to make it fast? So let's go back here and go back to our second tab. So with this version, let's now try to add something. I'm going to go back to my regular and just type something in, just enter, and it shows up. So in the expected version, everything is fine. OK. But if I introduce this latency again, and I type hello, and I submit this, it actually shows up immediately. But now I have a little indicator that says, hey, we have added this. You can continue adding more things, but it's pending. The server hasn't acknowledged it yet. So now we can, and I'll just keep typing random things. OK, and this time, this is what I actually consider a fast experience, because the app doesn't block us from continuing to interact, continuing to do things. Any client-server async communication happens in the background. It's not a blocker. It's not in the hot path. We don't have to always wait for it. And this is what most apps should actually be like, especially if it's sort of a productivity app. I don't want to be blocked by slow and spotty networks for any sort of work that I'm doing. But what does the code for this look like? And real quickly before that, this still doesn't have any offline capabilities, because if I enter something, it's just going to OK, so this one we do, it adds offline as well, but it's going to keep retrying until it actually like, OK, there's no network, I can't actually do anything. But we still added it, even though we were offline. So there's a little bit of offline capability in this version as well. So what does it look like in the code? I think this is called, yeah. So this time, we're using more modern React APIs, which means we're going to store a promise in our state. We're going to use suspense. We're going to pass it down. And we're going to use this very descriptive API by React called use to get data out of this promise. But more importantly, we are going to use this new hook called useOptimistic, which is optimistic state. Basically, it's better to see how it's used. So how many of you are familiar with transitions in React? OK, a decent bit, like half, I would say. So a transition is basically some async work that's happening in the background that's going to update some state in React. And the way that optimistic state works is you can make some optimistic changes inside a transition. And once the transition completes, once all the async work resolves, that optimistic state is going to reset itself automatically, which means any sort of optimistic changes that you make are temporary or ephemeral. They're going to automatically be cleared out by React once the async work resolves. So we only have to say that add this optimistically, or like add this optimistic journal entry. And then once you have your fresh data from the server, it's going to clear that optimistic state and show the fresh data so that you don't have accidental duplicates. So with this version, before we send our action to the server, we're going to optimistically add that entry into our client-side state. And if we go back here, this is what we're actually going to be using to render our UI. Optimistic entries, and if we go down here, OK, visible entries, and yeah, we're basically mapping them over to see that which ones do we actually need to show. But this is basically how we can get some performance out of our application, by adding some optimistic state and then immediately getting rid of it. Now, React has made it much easier to do with this optimistic state hook. But this is still a pretty simple example. And as your use case evolves, as it gets more complicated, the amount of logic that you will need to add to your app just to make it faster and more real-time and more offline first, it kind of just increases exponentially. And if you've tried to ever do that in like a real application in production, you know exactly what that means. But if you haven't tried that yet, I do encourage that you try it out. You try to make an app that's actually a really, really good user experience just by yourself, because it's a really good learning exercise in what it actually looks like to like handle distributed systems. And if you were at my talk yesterday, I was talking about how persistence and structure logic can intertwine with your actual application logic and make things more difficult to reason about. This is kind of the same idea. You can have asynchronous and optimistic logic kind of entangled with each other like we have it right here. And it makes it more difficult to just reason about what the application is actually doing. So this is a simple example. I can quickly walk through a more complex example that you can imagine. Let's say we have optimistic updates like this, and we also have real-time updates coming in from the server. You cannot actually apply those real-time updates to your UI if you have anything pending locally. If you have pending mutations and if you have optimistic state, you can't just combine that with your server-side data, because you might get the duplication again. Like, I have added an entry optimistically. At the same time, I might receive an update from the server for adding that same entry. If I merge them immediately, I'm going to have that same entry show up twice. And once the optimistic state resolves, the optimistic one is going to go away, and now I'm going to have one entry again. So these are the sort of edge cases that this is just like one example of a slightly complex edge case that you might run into. Now, I said this yesterday, and I'll say it again. You can absolutely do this if you want. We are engineers. Our job is to make things work using code. But what work are we actually getting paid for? It should be the work that's valuable to our users, to our businesses, and not this sort of like complicated sync handling. So let's look at a more real solution. So I'm going to go to the third tab. I'm going to reset this. OK. So now the plain version is going to work exactly the same. If we go back to the latency version, if we add the latency again, it's going to do the same thing again, where it's going to add it immediately, but it's going to show us that, hey, this is not synced yet. And if we go back to offline, it should still work the same way, where it just adds it to our local database, and it keeps track of it. And once we have connection, so if I go back to normal again and we restore the connection, everything works. The important part about this demo isn't the app itself, because if you do these things right, the app shouldn't actually look impressive. It should just work. The user shouldn't notice that, hey, this is actually a fast app. They should not notice any issues. That's the goal. That's the real goal. The more impressive part about this is actually the code, the part that we have to interface with. So let's go to our, what did I call it? Work. OK. Oh, I think I have it open somewhere. OK. Yes. So this might look a little familiar if you were at my talk yesterday. But the way that this time we are using a SQLite database on the client side, and we are simply querying the SQLite database for the data that we show on our UI in our components. And when we submit things, we just make an insert statement into our SQLite database. What you might notice here is that we are not talking to any server. We don't have really any server-side logic. We are doing some like error logic to figure out how exactly we should communicate errors to the or like unresolved logic to the user. But other than that, this component actually only interfaces with our local SQLite database. These queries here are reactive, which means anytime you make some changes, inserts, updates, deletes, the appropriate queries are going to rerun, just like they do with regular React, where your components rerun, and you're going to see the updated logic. But this is not the complete story. We want this data to be in sync with the server at the same time. So how does PowerSync achieve that? So let's take a few minutes to quickly walk through how PowerSync exactly works and how it keeps your app fast, real-time, and offline first without any extra work from you. The first important thing about PowerSync is the schema. We have a local SQLite database, which means we need some way to structure it. We need a schema for the tables. So this is how we define this schema for PowerSync. We're using specifically the React Native adapter here. And we just have two simple tables here. Obviously, you can imagine in your real complicated use cases, you might have a lot more tables with a lot more relations. But this is what the simple demo looks like. So this is how we give our local database some structure. The second important thing is the connector. The connector, as you might guess from the name, is how we connect the local the client-side PowerSync SDK with your backend, with your server. And there's two different things we need to do here. We need to give it some credentials so that things like user ID, role, token, something to authorize the data, or like pulling the data from the server. We're going to circle back to the credentials in a bit. More importantly, we have to define this upload data method. This is how we actually take the changes that have been made locally in the local SQLite database and upload them to our server, where they actually get processed and applied to your actual backend database. So this is completely under your control. You can grab all the changes that have been made locally, make an API request to your server, to your backend, and then your backend decides how to actually process them and apply them to the backend, to your database, which means this is where you can perform any sort of authorization logic, validation, conflict resolution, background jobs, triggers, whatever you have. So all of that is completely under your control through this method. The send operation calls like a REST API on a fake server that I have, so that's not super important. But this gives you control over data going from the client and to the server. But what about the other way around? So let's look at config. So the way that PowerSync works is that it consumes replication logs directly from your backend database. So in this case, not this one. I think I have. OK. Service. Oh, that's the one. So in this case, I have a Postgres database. And the PowerSync service is going to attach itself to the database as like a replication node, which means it constantly receives updates directly from your database about any changes that have been made, so you don't have to update your clients by yourself. And it can operate completely asynchronously without taking up work in your actual backend runtime. And once it receives these updates, the PowerSync service decides how to send these to the clients. And for that, we have these things called streams or sync streams. The basic idea is that we don't always want to synchronize all the data in your server-side database to the client. The clients should only receive a subset of the data that the user is actually authorized to see. And even on top of that, they should only receive the data that they actually need for the screens that are active, instead of all the data that the user might be authorized to see, because that still might be a huge chunk. So these streams are how we can easily define queries that are going to run on the PowerSync service. And the result of these queries is actually what gets synchronized with the clients instead of all the data behind it. So here's now the streams that I have here basically sync all the data, but you can imagine applying filters here. You also have access to credentials. So this is where we go back to our fetch credentials in our connector. So any credentials that we give PowerSync access to in here are available inside these queries to filter the data based on which user is signed in. And this auto-subscribe basically tells PowerSync that if the user is active, then run these queries and synchronize this data. If we turn it to false, then we would have to subscribe to this query in our application by ourselves, which gives us even more control over what data gets synced and when. So all of this together gives us the picture of a complete sync engine where our actual app interface only ever talks to the SQLite database using reactive queries and inserts and updates in our events. And everything happens kind of outside of the hot path. So the upload data takes all this data and sends it to your backend. Your backend applies it to your database. Your database streams the logs or streams these changes to PowerSync. And then PowerSync filters these changes and applies them on the client side. And all the edge cases that I talked about earlier, where you might accidentally have duplicate data, or you might accidentally merge things when they're not supposed to, or you might accidentally lose data if you made some changes offline and now suddenly you're going online. All these are taken care of by PowerSync itself. And of course, PowerSync is not the only sync engine doing this. I'm using it here because it's the one that I like the most. Also, I used to work there, so I'm used to, not super biased. But yeah, it's pretty fantastic. But there are other sync engines. I believe there was another talk earlier that talked a bit about sync engines. You can use PowerSync with TanStackDB if you would like to have it like work with other sync engines or other backends as well. Yeah, and that allows you to build fast, real-time, offline first apps without a lot of effort, which I hope that the holy grail of user experience is something that I really hope to see more of in more applications. That is the end of my talk, and thank you very much.
Nice. Ooh, I got a quick nerd test. Let's see. All right. Talked about the Holy Grail. And what else floats? What's the correct answer? A duck. Who is he so wise in the ways of science? It's a Monty Python and the Holy Grail reference. And you got to be like a level of nerd. How many people get, understand, and love Monty Python? How many people have lives? That's the rest of you. Yeah, it is a niche kind of audience that Monty Python is. No? Do you love it? Whoa. Really? So like if it comes on, you have to decide whether or not you're going to watch it? Wait, I got to study you. Hold on. Where are you from? Wait! I know that arm. You're William Street. Oh! No wonder you're ambivalent. You spent too much time on William Street. You need to go elsewhere where there's a good, clean fun so you can understand, because there's nothing cleaner than Monty Python. No. Really, so you're ambivalent. Anybody else ambivalent about Monty Python? Bruh. I'm sorry. All right. So look, vegan Louisianian. Why are you ambivalent about Monty Python? What, the funny culture? What are you, Rob? You know what? I take it back, Atlanta. Wait, I'm missing an Atlanta. Where he went? All right, there you go. That's good. All right. Now, I need to ask something. Before this next guy come out, and he had a problem, and I don't know if this is something you guys run into. Because you're all into computers, whatever, have your friends asked you to build something for them? They've, like, out of nowhere, they said, oh, my God, you're in computers. Can you? They want you to build a whole damn computer? I was just talking about like a site or something. They want you to build that too? Have y'all run into that? Anybody over here run into it? Really? Okay, what if they asked you to do? Yeah, what if they asked you to do? Well, you said all right? Okay, so first of all, you're a sucker. You built the computer? Okay, who bought the parts? All right, good. Okay, you're back. All right, okay. All right. How about sites? Has anybody said, hey, build this for me? Yeah. I try not to do that, and the reason why is because this next guy coming up, his wife said, hey, bless you. You all right? That came from like the ad noise. What is it? What's that? That's what you used to do? Ain't anybody knowing that your teachers liked you. That's all right. What high school did you go to? Okay, so first of all, I know about the private schools in Dallas. What's the matter? You couldn't get into Jesuit Straight? Jesuit Straight is a private school in Dallas, isn't it? Oh, God, you ain't really go to Dallas, bro. Come on, man. I know my high schools. So his wife asked him to make something. I want to find out, do you think he made it? Hell no, he ain't did it yet. He in trouble, right? But he's a really nice guy. He's started off in, thank you for coming back, my brother. They was talking about you. He started off in Boston, then Chicago, then New York. I asked him to rate the three. What do you think he said was number one? He listed New York as number one, Boston as number two, and Chicago as number three. You're outraged, aren't you? It's okay, you can fight him afterwards. All right. He also decided that tennis was too hard and ping pong was out of the question. So, of course, he chose what? Pickleball. Yes. Pickleball. He's a pickleballer. Are you a champion pickleballer? So you're bad at a made-up sport. You're bad? You medium? Are you ambivalent about it? Are you ambivalent? Like you can take it or leave it?
You know.
Okay, great. All right. So he does that. But the most important thing I want y'all to remember, this presentation may not be finished because his wife asked him to make something and he still hasn't gotten on to it. But maybe you could ask this dude. Hey, bruh, can you make a bot for him? All right, he's no use. All righty. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the gentleman who said New York is the best, followed by Boston, and no one wants to live in Chicago. Please give it up for Nick.
I do want to clarify first, I do like Chicago, it's just the third, right? Third is still pretty solid. You get a bronze for that, so. So a few years ago, if you had asked me how to fix performance in React Native, I would have given you a fairly simplistic answer. I would have said, okay, you find the bottleneck, you optimize it, and then you move on, you're done. And I thought that process was going to be the hardest part. And it turned out for me that it wasn't. And this all kind of started when I was at a company called FlexCar. And in the early days of FlexCar, we decided to migrate our app from our two native apps to React Native. And the goal at the time was really just all around allowing more engineers to contribute to different parts of our product, right? Have web engineers move over to producing mobile code and having mobile engineers be able to do web code when we need to. And whether or not this was a good opinion to have, pretty much everyone on the team was very worried about whether we would be able to make our React Native app as performant as our native apps. And so through the process of our migration, we were paying pretty close attention to how the app was performing and making sure that we weren't going to release this app to our customers that had a bunch of issues. And because of that, it didn't take us too long to find our first performance issue during the migration. A few months in, we started to see that switching tabs in the app started to take a little bit over a second. So not good. And we did kind of what I described earlier. We started by trying to find the bottleneck. So we pulled out the profiler, we started running the app, going through the flame graph to see what was taking so long to render. And we started to see that the majority of our components were taking somewhere along the lines of 40 to 50 milliseconds to render, even for pretty simple stuff. And we started to dive in a little bit deeper, and we saw that the shadow component that we had built was actually taking the majority of the time for rendering. And so that was a little surprising to us. So we started to look at that component, and we had pulled in this third-party library that promised to provide uniform shadows across iOS and Android, which was something that our UX team had been wanting for a long time. And when we looked at what they were actually doing to achieve this, they were both creating and rendering an SVG of what the shadow was going to look like. And so that's where kind of the majority of the time is taking. And so, the next step there is like, okay, we have to optimize this. And for us, we kind of came to the conclusion that maybe this is time to just accept that shadows are going to look a little different. So we went back to our UX team, and maybe this is a little bit of a non-answer here, but we went back to our UX team and we said, look, do you want an app where you can switch between the tabs quickly? Or do you want an app where the shadows are uniform? And they very expectedly were like, yeah, we'd like to be able to switch tabs quickly. And so we ended up removing that package, and then we moved on. We continued on with that migration, and eventually we launched the migrated version of our app. Things continued to look good. Through that migration process, we didn't find any other major issues. And when we released it to our customers, I don't even think most of them realized that we had done anything. It was, for the most part, the app there wasn't a huge surface area. And so for the most part, they were able to kind of have this new version of the app without realizing that it was fundamentally different. And over the next couple of years, we started to use a lot more of we had a lot more tools in our toolbox. We had things like React Native Skia that we started to use. And so we started to be a lot more ambitious with the UI that we were building. And so for some of our static experiences, we started to throw a ton of gradients all over the place. We started to render some pretty complex and expensive SVGs in a lot of places. And we did similar things to some of our more dynamic experiences, like this map view where customers would be able to pan around the map and find different gas prices to see where they could get the best price with the discount that our company provided to them. And all throughout the more ambitious UI we were building, we didn't see any performance issues. And as we continued to release them to production, none of our customers had any issues that we were aware of around how those were performing. And overall, inside the company, everyone was extremely excited about the direction that we were going, the level of polish that we were able to have on those screens. And so everything was great. And without realizing it, we had accidentally formed an assumption. If there were performance problems in our app, then we would notice them. We would be able to see it, and then we would go back into the pattern that I described earlier. We would find the bottleneck, optimize it, and then move on. But that wasn't really what was happening. Under the surface, things were starting to slow down. And it was not appearing to us in our internal testing, because as you might expect, most of us had the latest and greatest iPhones. And some of our customers didn't have that. A lot of them, not too many, but there were users who were on lower-end Android devices. And when we actually started to notice some issues, they were subtle. They weren't the same level. They didn't announce themselves the same way that the tab switching issue had. They showed up as a list that might stutter a little bit if you scrolled really slowly. That gas saver map that I showed would lag if there were too many pins on it and you panned really fast. And that loyalty screen that I showed, as we added more and more SVGs and things like that, it started to just kind of take a beat to render. And none of this broke our app. And so none of it really demanded that we drop everything and go fix it. And sometimes if we were already in the code, we would do some targeted enhancements. That list that I talked about, that got a few iterations as we built more list-based features in the app. That gas saver map, we ended up actually just capping the number of pins that we would show so that we didn't run into that issue going forward. But for some stuff like that loyalty screen, we didn't touch it too much, and we just kind of let it sit there, and we added it to this list that we all kept in our head of things that we would get around to eventually, right? We would solve it when we had time. But the problem with that, as you might expect, is that that list just continued to grow. We never had that time to say, okay, now we're going to go and fix the things that we were worried about or that were bugging us a little bit. We were in this environment where we continued to ship features as fast as we could, and I never really took a step back and thought about, is this the best way for us to really manage performance. And eventually, I ended up leaving FlexCar, and I joined a company called Chalkboard. And pretty much right when I started at Chalkboard, we had just done a survey of our users, and we had found that our Android users were generally very not satisfied with our app, especially compared to our iOS users. And when we went through the feedback, it was very obvious that they were all complaining about performance. And the app wasn't working the way they expected to, things were slow, and so this was clearly a problem, and it was clearly a very technical problem for us. And so at the same time, we were getting ready to basically rebrand our entire company. And as part of that, we were going to go through and rebuild our UI system from the ground up and provide not only new styling systems, but this new look and feel and a brand new opportunity for us to kind of show ourselves to the world again. It was almost like we were getting a second chance at a first impression. And so everyone in the team did not want our performance issues to undermine that huge release for the company. And so I was asked to fix Android performance. But there was a catch. I had a month to do it. And I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't excited about this in any way. In my experience, performance work had this tendency to almost become a little bit of a black hole. I would spend days running the profiler, looking at different things in the app to try and figure out, what is going wrong here, how can I fix it, and then spending more days to actually implement whatever fixes that I found. And usually, in the best case scenario, where I was able to find, a thing that I could, point to and say, this is causing a problem, and here's a fix, usually what that would mean is that all I could say is oh, I shaved some milliseconds off this, or oh, this screen feels better. And what I didn't want for this project was for me to go off for a month, do all that investigation, do all that fixing, and then at the end of it, walk into a meeting and say, trust me, I think it's faster. So instead of going in and kind of starting from finding issues and trying to fix them, I started by saying, okay, how do we actually show that we're making progress? How do we prove that we're fixing Android performance? And for that, I did what any engineer would do, and I asked Claude. And Claude pointed me in a lot of good directions. I ended up reading through CallStack's React Native Performance Guide, and then looking through both Datadog and Sentry Docs to get this menu of different metrics that we could track. And I didn't want to just kind of take a bunch of metrics and say, what's the industry standard, and then put those as targets and then try and drive towards that. So I took those metrics and I took the complaints that our users had, and I tried to take my best stab at what are the things that actually correlate. And once I had those metrics, I built some dashboards. And this was where it got a little bit interesting for me. When I was looking at the dashboards, they didn't tell me the story that I was expecting to see. I started to see that we had high memory usage across the board along the app, consistently throughout sessions. Same thing with our CPU usage. And we had long tasks that were blocking the JavaScript thread scattered throughout the app. And this made me realize that prior to this, I was generally carrying around a pretty narrow definition of performance. I thought performance was just rendering. All of the things that I had read prior were focused on how do you make things render faster and how you make them render less. And that's definitely a critical part of performance, but it's not the only thing. And I realized that I was basically always just asking the question, why is this screen rendering slowly? But once I had those dashboards, I started to ask a slightly different question, which was, what kind of performance problem are we actually dealing with? And as an example, one of the complaints that we got from our users, on Android specifically, was that our home screen was taking a long time to load. And so before these dashboards, I probably would have gone in, pulled out the profiler, tried to see what was rendering slowly, and then try and figure out how we can optimize that render. But this time, I decided to look at the dashboards, and I looked at our rendering metrics for that screen, and they weren't out of the ordinary compared to the rest of the app. We definitely didn't have this stellar stat for our rendering, but it wasn't any worse than any other screen. But then I looked at our time to full display, so the time that it actually took for that screen to have data that's useful to a user. And on Android, that was 5 seconds. And so with that knowledge and knowing that this most likely was not just a rendering issue, I started to trace the critical path. What happens from when that screen shows up to when the data actually gets loaded. And pretty naturally, I ended up looking into the network layer. And so I looked at our API calls, and I was looking at the response times for those, and those looked fine. So I was like, OK, it's not an API side problem. And then I started looking at the client side code that was making those network requests. And what I found was interesting, that we were making network calls for every API call to populate headers that we would then send to the server. And then on top of that, we were also reading from disk to populate headers as well on every single network call. And so we were making about 5 API calls on that home screen. And so we were paying a lot of round trip latency just to get one API call out the door. And so I did a little bit of digging, went through the back end, and saw, OK, we actually don't need to send the majority of these headers. And so the good thing was that the solution there was fairly simple, where we removed the headers that we were generating from network requests. And then for the ones where we read from the disk, those were still needed, but the values were pretty stable, so we were able to cache those. And so we saved a lot of time on making those API calls. And that ended up speeding up the home screen quite a bit. But that wasn't the only problem that we had. We had a lot of other places in the app where performance was a concern. And so I continued to look. And as I continued to look, I found that I was looking for 1 or 2 big things that I could fix. And as I kept looking, I just found another thing that most likely moved the needle in the wrong direction a little bit, but not a ton. And I kept getting a bigger and bigger list of those small enhancements that we could do. And so this 1-month timeline might have worked if we had 1 or 2 big fixes that would make dramatic impacts in the app. But since that wasn't the case, and we didn't have enough time to do all of the minor enhancements that I had found, we had to rethink our strategy here. And we had a lot of the levers that most projects have, right? We could have added time, we could have added engineers, or we could have cut scope. But in order to make all of those decisions, we realized we were missing a pretty critical piece of the puzzle. How do you know when you've done enough? How do we know when we've finished or fixed Android performance? And we had this list of things that we thought would move the needle in the right direction, but we didn't know how much it would move the needle. And we didn't know how that was actually going to end up impacting our users. Right? When I talked about those metrics earlier, really, it was just my best guess at what metrics would kind of correlate to users having a better experience in the app, for the most part. And so we came to the conclusion that the only way we were going to know how we were doing was to actually release it to production and then see how the metrics moved, and then see if our users actually noticed. But the problem with that is that takes time. You got to get the fixes out, and then you got to wait for that data to come in before you can make a decision. And time, not something we had a ton of on this project. So not only did we not have this piece of information that would make it easy for us to understand how much more work do we need to do, but we weren't able to get it in the time frame that we had. And so we basically just said, all right, we don't feel comfortable making more investment in terms of time or people because we don't have that information. So we're just going to ship the fixes that we can fit into the remaining time that we had on the project. We're going to release them to production, and we're going to let them sit there for a while, see what the data says, and then once we had that, we'd be able to make more decisions about, do we need to do more performance work, or are we okay? And that's, for me, when it became clear that this project had stopped being about fixing Android performance. I wasn't asking the question anymore, how can we make this app faster? Because we'd already done all that work. We hadn't necessarily found every way to make it faster, but we had a lot of promising candidates. So we were really just saying, we were trying to answer the question of how much faster does this app need to be? And what's interesting is that at Chalkboard, the app was the product. We're in the daily fantasy space. People use our app to place entries and win money. And the app is the main part of the product. People use it every day. And on top of that, we have a lot of competitors in the space. And so if our app isn't functioning well for a user, it's very easy for them to just go to a competitor's app and then move their money there. But when I think about that compared to FlexCar, at its core, FlexCar was really an operations business. We were leasing cars to customers on a month-to-month basis, and the product was the car. Customers were signing up so that they could have this vehicle so they could go to work, whatever. The app was playing a supporting role in that product. And so I think about, if I could have waved a magic wand and made our app at FlexCar 15% faster, I don't think our users would have actually cared too much. They were more concerned with, how do I get my car serviced conveniently? Or, am I on the right mileage plan so that I'm paying as little as possible for the amount of miles that I'm driving? So across the two companies, the engineering work wasn't all that different. The optimizations that we were considering were pretty similar across the two. And even the amount of effort that was required across the two was fairly similar. And what was really different was the value that created. At Chalkboard, we had this big launch that we were preparing for. We had users who were actively complaining about performance, and our product was that piece of software. And so the value of doing all of that performance work was very high. But at FlexCar, the value was almost never high enough for it to get prioritized, right? We would have to just try and find the ways that we could make the app more performant as we build it, as opposed to going back and fixing it. And so that kind of changed how I think about performance now. I don't as much ask the question, how can we make the app faster? I started to ask a different question, and the question that I'd like to leave you all with today is improving performance the best way to improve our users' experience? Thank you.
All righty. Make noise. That was the saddest noise. Thank y'all. All righty, so it's time for the delicious lunch. All right, reminder, when you do come back, don't bring the food in. You can bring drinks in, make sure they're covered. And then we have something really cool coming up after lunch. It's a secret. It's not, it's on your schedule, so it's okay. All right, have gangster fun. Also, reminder, the cards, have y'all been getting the cards from people? Okay, I have my cards, but I don't have them because I'm just forgetful. The lady who did the chalk, she's in a black dress. If you see Lonnie outside, she has my cards. So if you want my cards, get them from Lonnie. She'll be out there. I just forget, and I'm always in the back. So have a great lunch. We'll see you guys back, all right? You're awesome.
Thank you.
Welcome back, welcome back. We have some more folks straggling in, it's good. All right, everybody had a great lunch? Why are y'all all in the front like this? All right. Oh, yeah. Grr. All right, so you see we have it set up a little differently today. Ooh, ah, oh. Y'all are good. All right, we're about to have a game show. First of all, no cheating. No cheating. We're going to be watching you closely. Now, some of you are going to know the answers to these questions. I want you to hold on to it. Don't blurt them out. Let them figure it out on their own. We're going to have two amazing contestants. Does anybody remember Hollywood Squares? Cool. All right. What's going to happen is we're going to have 9 special guest stars of the community. Translation, 9 people who said yes. We're going to have 2 contestants here. One, Alex. 2, your partner. Do not cheat. You're sitting real close. The goal is to get tic-tac-toe, but you have to answer questions. So wow, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to show you. For example, let's get the very beautiful Gant out here. And Gant is seated. Where are you seated, Mr. Gant?
I'm up here at 0-0.
Right. And so, did you make that would be 1-1.
Your Cartesian coordinate system's inferior.
Oh.
Screen coordinate system for life.
We do polar round here.
Polar coordinate. That's right.
Yeah, you didn't think I did that, huh?
I got you.
Yeah, that joke is wide, bro. Huge radius on that joke.
I think you're a little acute.
No, you just stop going off on a tangent. We got it.
I get the point.
Oh my God, make him stop. Can't, guess what? Nobody's gonna sign off on this. And he won't co-sign on it either. See, you can't keep up with me.
I bow to you, even though you're so obtuse.
Bruh,
There's
look,
3 people that are loving this right
I know,
now.
don't worry about it. You know you're coming at this all wrong. Yeah, you didn't take the right angle on getting this.
There you go.
Yeah, I got a bunch more. All right, so, woo, math jokes for the win. All right, so what's going to happen is this. We're going to use you for example, right? Right? All you got to do is say yes, no, that's it. So the contestant will pick. They'll say, I'll take Gant. All right, then I will read the question to Gant. I will say, Gant, some of the more fun acronyms out there are SCUBA, which is self-contained underwater breathing apparatus, and RADAR, which is radio detection and ranging. What does CAPTCHA stand for?
I don't know. I'm actually, I know that I've failed it enough times that I'm a computer, so I don't actually. So I'm going to go with completely automated Turing test to tell humans and computers apart.
All right, then I will go to you. Do you agree or disagree with Mr. Gant's assessment? Oh. Ain't nobody talking to you, Rubik's Cube boy. Agree or disagree? Agree. And then we will let him know once he agreed, that is right.
Yeah!
And he would win the X, right? So y'all understand? So this was perfect. We just saw what to do.
That was right.
And what not to do. Somebody get him a Rubik's Cube so he can be busy for a while. That's good. No, thank you. That was planned. All right. So are y'all ready first to meet your star-spangled stars? Woo! All right, get off so I can announce you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, first star of the show, give it up for Get Laborde.
Thank you.
Next, make a whole lot of noise for the one and only Jack Harrington. Woo!
Yeah, we did. We went in this is Ken order.
You know what? I ain't even worrying about you. I'm reading it. This ain't Sanskrit, bro. I'm going left to right. What the hell's wrong with you? Next, make a lot of noise for the one and only Brandon. Woo!
Go that way.
On the next row, make a whole bunch of noise. Sitting in front of Gant will be Jake.
Jake from Maestro.
And in the center square is so important. We found the smartest person we could find. Make a whole lot of noise for Tracy. Woo! We pulled him away from buying his 9th home. Make noise for Pertu. Woo-hoo! 10th home, yeah. Jerk. Ain't got the nerve to be swole, too. God damn. Could you have at least been ugly? Like you could have worked on that. Oh my God. Next, sitting in front of Gant and Jake, Detroit's very own, Chris DeMars. Woo! Of course, we got this guy out of retirement. You don't know where he was. They just found him. Make all kind of noise for Jason. Woo!
Portland represent.
And of course, our last super guest star. You know him. You love him. You probably passed him and dropped a quarter in his cup. Make noise for Raphael. These are the geniuses that will be helping guide along our contestants. Are you ready for our contestants? Contestant number 1 hails to us. Where I lost contestant. There we go. Hails to us from wherever this dude said she's from. Ready? Hold on a second. We got to have a conversation. Ain't got nothing to do with y'all. All right, so we had to get some stuff straight. From the Dominican Republic through Philadelphia, but somehow likes Chicago, Erica! And we ran out of people, so we just went on a corner by Powell's bookstore, and we found this dude. He says that his name is Alex.
Yeah, Alex. Yeah.
Lord have mercy. I saw about 94 of them coming in from the airport. Bruh, it is 7,000 degrees. Why do you have the beanie on?
Because I don't have a shirt, I don't got pants.
Don't got a job? All right, it's okay. So we flipped a coin, and the lady goes first. Are you ready? All right, pick one of our contestants to start.
Okay, I will choose Tracy.
Tracy for the center. Woo! All right, Tracy, are you ready?
Yes, is this
In
thing working?
1975, an engineer created the first electronic camera while working for what company?
Well, I know this because I actually own one. It is Polaroid.
All right, do you agree or disagree?
Agree.
Agree. Sorry, it was Kodak. All right, so you know what? We're gonna have, you're gonna get the O, your, what X's or O's? Your X. All right, so that means homeless dude gets the O. All right, now you have to earn your X or O to win the game. Right, gonna get that one. All right, are you ready, Hobo Jack? All right, pick somebody.
I'm gonna go 2, 1. 2, 1.
God, why do I get this? Could you say a name?
Jason. Is it Jason? Oh, it's Jason. It is, right?
Thank you. 2, 1. All right, ready?
Yeah, I don't know. Rows or columns?
Don't worry about it. Now look what you've done. You've activated the nerd. Stop.
I'm glad somebody understood what the hell was going on.
Not me. Gotcha. All right. So also, smart people, don't forget to pass the mic. So we can, oh, you got it. All righty. You ready?
Come on, Ken. Don't underestimate me.
You ready? And you pay attention. Which influential early personal computer, first released in 1977, was known for its color graphics capabilities and became a major product for Apple Computer? Shut up and wait to see what he says.
So the Apple computer was originally created by Steve Jobs, Steve Wozniak, right? And they didn't call it the Apple computer, which is what you might instinctively think it was. It was called the Macintosh.
Agree or disagree? Agree. Oh, you're a moron. It's wrong. It's Apple II. All right, that means you get an X. You get an X. Give the X for the lady. All right, okay. So now, here's what you've got. You've got an X down at the bottom, an O in the middle. You pick somebody.
Let's do Raphael.
Oh, Raphael. Oh, okay. All right. Ooh, Raphael, you ready?
No.
I didn't figure this. Baby, ain't no way he gonna get this right. I'm just letting you know. All right. Which British mathematician and logician is widely considered the father of theoretical computing science and artificial intelligence, known for his work on the Turing machine and code breaking during World War II?
I think I watched this movie, right? It was like Doctor Strange or something like that. And I think it was like in the Avengers too. So he invented the Turing machine. I'm gonna go with Alan Turing.
Agree or disagree?
I agree.
Agree. All right. What did you say the name was?
Brent Turing.
Ignore him. Baby, ignore him. Ignore him. That's right. And Turing it is. She wins the spot.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. Whoa, okay.
Because technically, it was Leroy Turing. It was a brother, but they don't tell y'all nothing about that. All right. I made that up. All right. So here's what you have. You have an X.
I have an X?
You got an X. No, wait.
Okay.
What are you X or O?
Oh.
She's X.
She's X?
She got it
Okay.
right. Yes.
Okay.
X. X. Okay. You ready, bruh? You got to pick somebody. Wait. Yeah, come straight. Come here. No, you can't console. You got to come see this. Come see. Okay. See, that's an X.
I see that.
That's an X.
Alex.
That's an O.
Ooh, that's me.
You are O.
I'm an O.
All right. What you picking?
I'm going to go Chris.
All right. Go to Chris. All right. All right. Troy, Chris for the block. All right. You are in big trouble. All right.
Who, me or him?
It don't matter, bro. Look at this dude. You know he don't know the answer. All right. Uh-oh. HTTP codes help you debug issues between a client and server. The most famous error code is 404, meaning not found, like your dating life. According to the HTTP specifications, there you go, your dating life's over, I know. There you go. That's right. And as soon as she breaks out the basement. All right. What does the lesser used error 418 mean? All right, Chris, what do you think that means?
418.
I do know this one, actually.
I don't. 418. I didn't know the codes went up that high. I know a lot of sayings.
No cussing. None of the answers are potty words. None of them. This is not the Detroit Squares. No.
I'm gonna say I'm a teapot.
All right. Agree or disagree?
Disagree? Confidently disagree.
Okay, I think you meant confidently, but that's okay. All right, he disagrees. He's correct. It means what, everybody?
I'm a teapot.
It does not mean I'm a teapot. It means it means I'm a teapot.
Boom! Got him.
You're an idiot. All right, I'm a teapot. Why would you say I'm a teapot? That's so ridiculous. All right, now here's the problem, though.
No, you got to get it again.
She can't win that.
What?
She's got to wait. I know, just because he's dumb, you got to earn this. So you can go to Chris. Would you like to go to Chris for the win?
Yes.
All right. I don't want to tell you that. She's going to Chris for the win. All right, you ready? You know this. Which British computer scientist is credited with inventing the World Wide Web in 1989?
Mr. Carter.
It's my turn. So I'm a huge history buff when it comes to the web, and this person kind of paved the way, I would say, for all of us. I'm going to go with Tim Berners-Lee.
Tim Berners-Lee. Agree or disagree?
Agree? No. I don't know. Agree.
Agree? The correct answer is Tim Berners-Lee. All right. Now, this would be awesome, except it's 2 out of 3. Oh, yeah. Yes. I wanted to go with Texas Deathmatch, but Gant said we had to go 2 out of 3 instead, which I think she would have won. All right, everybody, cards down. All right. Since you won, you could either choose to go first or second.
First.
First it is, okay. All righty. Now, pick one of our geniuses.
Okay. We're starting over.
Yeah, baby, that's a new game. That's
Yeah. Tracy.
All right. Back to the center. All right, Tracy. All right, Tracy. What does the internet acronym DNS stand for, referring to the system that translates human readable domain names into machine readable IP addresses?
So I first want to take this moment to say, if anybody plays Pokemon Go, come hang out with me, and I can show you my shiny Mewtwo, X and Y. But so Brendan Eich, who invented JavaScript, actually told me this a few years ago, so I know the answer, and it's kind of funny. It's definitely not showing. DNS, definitely not showing. I thought it was so funny when he told me that.
So your answer is?
Definitely not
showing.
Yes.
All right. Do you agree or disagree?
Agree.
Okay. You talked to him a little too long. Definitely not showing is not correct. It is domain name system. All right. So you get your O. We get an O. He didn't earn it, but he got it. All right. All right, sir. You go to your next pick.
Gant, please.
Oh. All right. Ha! I'm sorry. Okay. Gant.
Yes.
The mobile app development company Niantic struck gold in 2016 with the smash hit smartphone game that became a global outdoor playing phenomenon. What was it?
I know this one. This is why people keep going in my yard trying to say, like, I got this. There's no problem. They've been all over the place. But you know what's really funny is you're thinking it's that one. It was the first one. It's Flappy Bird.
Oh, Flappy Bird. Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
As well you should. It was not Flappy Bird.
Nice.
It was Pokemon Go, and he wins the, we waiting? There you go, he's got the 0. All right, woo, hold on a second. Come here for a second. Let's come see, no, not you, we don't care about you anymore. All right, ready? See that, that's an O? That's bad. See, that's an O? Yeah, that's bad. So I don't know where you would go to try to stop this from happening.
Okay. I'm thinking. Maybe.
I can block.
That's why I don't take you out with me.
Dude, we're on thin ice here, man.
I'll go with Rafael.
There you go. All right. Raphael. All right. Whew, that was close. All right. And I'm not cheating for any one contestant. Keep going, boo. You got it. All right, you ready? Only because I know this one. All right. In what early computer game did pioneers often die of dysentery? The game was later inducted into the World Video Game Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah, thanks for asking me a question for old people, I guess.
Yeah, bruh. Yeah, that's since you carrying that age torch on this stage.
So I think I definitely know this. And I was actually reading about this earlier, and I was actually surprised that this game is still around and that we're doing partnerships with like restaurants like Taco Bell and Lettuce. So like, you know that viral campaign that's happening over the last 2 months or something? Yeah, so I think it's called the Oregon Trail.
Agree or disagree?
I disagree.
Not that we cheering against you, baby. I'm serious. I don't have any in this one.
You just
nah,
died
bro,
of
that's
dysentery.
not the answer. Everybody, what's the name of the game?
The Oregon Trail.
Oregon Trail. All right, but the good thing is he cannot just get this on default. He has to get it right. Who are you picking? He ain't won nothing. You got to put yours down, Raphael.
Okay, yeah, we'll go Raphael again.
Oh, damn it, he knew. All right. Wow. All right.
So clever.
All right, Raphael. You ready? 2 in a row.
Yeah.
All right, it says, what is the 6-letter term for a group of computers networked together and used by hackers to steal information or perform coordinated attacks? What is that called, Raphael?
You can steal stuff with computers?
Never. That's
you can steal information?
Just leave your social security number on the top of your thing. You got it.
Let's see. I don't know. I've never heard about this in the news. Like, you know, any major companies who have gotten information stolen or have been stealing information lately? I don't know. I'm gonna go with zombie. Zombie net.
You said zombie.
False. I mean, disagree. Sorry.
It's just like back with my kids. All right, he had a choice. You said it's what?
Zombie.
And you agree or disagree? Disagree. God damn it, he won this damn thing.
Yeah!
Everybody, what is it called? Botnet. All right, so this is tied for the North American Heavyweight Champion. All right, so let me tell you how this is going to work. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Because you didn't win, you get to choose if you go first or second.
X again, X.
We know you X, baby. You want to go first or second?
First.
First, okay. All right. So once again, bro, it doesn't matter to me who wins, right? All right. So just okay. You want to go first? It's on you. Okay, good. Let's pick somebody. We're not talking to you. She's going first.
Tracy for the 3rd time.
All right, it worked once, it didn't a second. All right, let's see. You ready? Miss Tracy. Everyone has seen wait, put them phones down, because I'm about to ask y'all about the cheat. Everybody has seen the Google Wordmark logo. What 4 colors make up its letters?
So I actually have to know this because I am a Google developer expert. So like they actually no, they force you to memorize it in the right, Chris? I mean, it's like it's ridiculous, it's funny, it's cute, whatever. Anyways, it is red, blue, green, yellow.
All right, your answer again is, say it again so she can remember.
Red, blue, green, yellow. I literally had to take a quiz for this.
Agree or disagree?
Agree.
Agree, and she's right. Yeah! That's an X. We got an X. She won the X. All right, dude that we're all cheering for, you go next. Who do you want to pick?
Wait, hold on. She's not right, though.
What?
I said red, blue, green, yellow.
Hold on a second. Now, this is me being old. Hold on.
Well, it's not the order, is it?
No, the order doesn't matter.
The order doesn't matter.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, the order doesn't matter. No,
Wow.
even if it did matter, I would still give it a yes.
I was
I'm not
really
worried about
trying
it.
here.
I don't know if y'all picked this out, but I'm cheating, so. No, you good. All right, you ready?
I will take 0,3.
0,3.
Thank you. Thank you. So he's picking someone in the parking lot. All right. Just like my, he's gonna be confidently wrong. All right, you ready?
You're going off the rails.
Yeah, you.
Okay, this guy.
We indexed by 0 and 1 on this grid,
Yes.
so that's undocumented functionality.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Freaking nerds. All righty. You ready?
Yes.
In 1994, which computer company launched its web browser, Navigator?
I remember this because I was alive in 1994. And that was Garmin, right? Garmin released that browser.
Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
Ooh.
Disagree is correct. That was Netscape. All right, take your letter. All right. Okay, where do you want to go, ma'am? Okay, you have an X in the middle and an O. Where do you want to go?
Can I see? Okay. Go with 0,1.
0,1, me? Okay, yeah? Me? Okay.
All right, I just want y'all to know, I don't know what y'all doing in the computer world, but in the Algebra 2 world, there is no zero naming matrices. God, Jesus. You want the brother there in the middle, right?
What?
You ready for the question?
Yeah. Whatever, man. Let's go. Let's do
All
this
right.
thing.
Say, just let that zero go. I'm going to kill y'all. All right, you ready? Here we go. It says, what is the tasty name of the series of small single-board computers developed, right? Ooh. Were you saying anonymous or are you saying eponymous? Which word are you saying? You tried to? That's okay. He wrote a word. All right. UK Foundation, and often used to teach computer science.
All right. Tasty, huh? Okay.
That's what he wrote.
It is an Italian name, so it's Arduino.
Ooh. Arduino. Agree or disagree?
I agree.
It sounds, oh, somebody knows. It sounds beautiful, but it was actually what? Raspberry Pi. All right. So you did, yeah, I know. We got to put a zero, a O up there. All right. Hold on a second. Ready? Don't look at the board. Hold on. Okay, there you go. There it is. All right. Pick who you want to go with next, not knowing where you want to go. Go ahead.
Gan?
No, we took Gan off the board. Go ahead. Shit. Yeah, okay. Gan it is, yes. You want to go with Gan? Hold on a second.
Oh, thank you.
Ready? All right. All right. This is for the win. What high school did I go to? Gan. No, I'm not just joking. That's okay. All right. I'm just. All right. Don't no pressure, bro, because this wins the game and the whole match, right? So there's no pressure. So you're just gonna funk up the stage. That's all right. So you good? Are you not nervous? Okay, because this is between winning and losing. All right. You ready? Gant, I'm thinking of a number between 1 and a lot of billion. What number? No, dang. Yeah, 11 billion. I don't want to ask this. He might get it right. All right, here we go. I mean, and he would win.
Oh, yeah.
All right, you ready? Benedict Cumberbatch, Batch was nominated for the Best Actor Oscar for playing computer science legend Alan Turing, who we heard earlier today, in what 2014 biopic?
Can you use it in a sentence?
Yeah. Do your best to help this dude get this answer wrong.
Yeah.
And there's a $5 bill in it for you. Oh, I'm sorry. 2014 biopic. There it is. I used it in a sentence.
Oh. Let's see. Can I phone a Claude?
No, you cannot.
Okay. This one, Benedict with cucumber sandwich.
Yes. Yes.
It is. Oh, no, actually, okay, I watched this one. Or did I? Classic movie, The Imagination Game.
Imagination Game? Agree or disagree?
Agree.
Thank God. All right. I mean,
you got too late, buddy.
Oh, that was so close.
We love
it's
you
actually
anyway.
called The Imitation Game. All right. So you don't win. I mean, we keep going. She can block. You got it. Okay. All right. Come here. Let's see the board so you can see what you got. Okay. Look. That's an X. That's an X. If only we knew where to go next in order to complete the win at all.
Where could it be?
Well, I don't know.
Poor Pertu.
Okay. Raphael.
All right, Raphael. How she got
for the
that?
win.
All right. Raphael, you ready, bro? Let's see. Man, I hope. Oh, Lord. Oh, no. Raphael, how old are you?
How old are you?
I'll just let you know, bro. You ready? Social Security number? 7. So, y'all can try to hack that if you want. I don't give a what. All right, you might know this. That's why I'm scared. You ready?
Okay, sure.
All right. John Bacchus is responsible for inventing what classic computer programming language whose name comes from the phrase Formula Translating System?
Why do I get the old man questions? I'm not that old. Ghent?
No.
Oh, okay. No, okay. Wait, can you repeat
Absolutely,
it
no problem. All right. This is. Oh, wait, this is for the win in the game and the match. I'm going to take my time with this, bro. All right, you ready?
Yeah, I can take a nap.
Good? You ready? Okay, cool. All right, here we go. John Bacchus is responsible for inventing what classic computer programming language whose name comes from the phrase Formula Translating System?
Formula Translating System. For Fortran. I think that might be it. Fortran.
Fortran.
Yeah.
Agree or disagree?
I agree.
And it is correct. It is Fortran. You didn't know it? Did you know that one? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you the North American heavyweight champion of Hollywood Dance. Also, give it up for the dude that tried, but give it up, Alex, being awesome. All right, no, wait, hold on a second. As the winner of the University, all right,
Tracy
we
Linehan.
are going to, we have it for our runner-up.
Ooh, for
For our runner-up.
Yeah.
Anybody? Yeah, run on up. Run on up, runner-up. Yeah, there you go. For our runner-up, we have a prize of a whopping $50. Woo! It's not real money. It's not real money.
From the
All right.
sponsor, This Dot.
All righty, there you go. Get in there. That's you.
Yeah.
Woo! 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 All right, stand there and watch. Wait, and just be right there, because we're gonna cover you with this one. And now for the champion of all championities, bring it on out. Woo! All right, there we go. From our sponsors. All right, give it up for winning the championship.
Yeah.
Woo! Thank y'all so much. Y'all were awesome. Y'all were great.
right.
Hey, get off my. Huh?
Yeah, from This Dot.
Get it from this dot.
Yeah. All right. All right. Woo! Get off my stage. All right. Now look, the clocky thing says I got time, so I'm gonna do this. Jamin, where you at? You still here? Jamin, pick somebody. We just gonna see how smart the audience is.
Somebody who hasn't been called.
Yeah. All right, Pertu, you ready? All right, Pertu, my question to you is this. Steve Jobs was famous for his black turtleneck sweater, blue jeans, and what brand of sneakers? Hold on. Jamin, do you know what brand of sneakers that Steve Jobs used to wear? All right, hang on. All right, Pertu, do you know what brand of sneakers Steve Jobs used to wear?
I do, very well. And I also know that Jamin does Finnish, so I'm going to switch the language now and answer to you. Eli vastaus on Puma ihan ilmiselvästi, eikö? Sä oot samaa mieltä?
Yeah. So, Jamin, do you la agree or L disagree? What the hell just happened?
What is happening?
What did you? Since
that means yes, he agrees.
I don't know what you said.
All right, I said that you agree with me that it's Puma, right?
Oh, you said Puma, and you
Yeah.
said yes, you agree. Right, good. You just answered, and that dude said no. Everybody know what they were? New Balance. New Balance. So, Jamin, you were wrong in 2 languages. There you go. Hold on. Atlanta, one of y'all stand up. There they go point at each other again. It's like the goddamn Spider-Man meme. All righty. Pick somebody. Jake, you ready? All right, here's the question. You get ready. What cult British TV series focused on 3 members of the IT department at the fictional Reinholm Industries? Reinholm. Do you know?
I love this show.
Give him something to work with.
I use the meme, turn it on. Did you try turning it on and turn it off again? Quite often in Slack.
All right.
Leland knows this. It's the It Guys.
Wait, which one?
The It Guys.
The It Guys? The It Guys. Do you agree or disagree? Disagree. Do you know what it's called? The IT It Crowd. Very good. Woo! Stand up for Atlanta. Woo! Okay. Over here, let me get over. Wait. Dude with the cap. Yeah, bruh. You the cool one? All right, pick somebody. Why? I mean, yes.
We're in trouble now.
All right, Gant.
Yeah.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
See, I know this one. All right. We love our numerical prefixes.
Yeah.
Which mathematical prefix sits between tera and exa? What mathematical prefix sits between tera and exa?
Yeah, there's no problem. It's either Pico or Nano, or it's going to be one of those, something. Let's go with, somebody tell me the answer in Finnish.
No, we're not doing that no more.
Well, he and I both speak Klingon, so. Ziga. Yeah. He agrees it's Ziga. No, he doesn't. It's Ziga.
Zig, okay, you agree or disagree? Yes, well, you should. It is either Pita or Peta.
Ah.
There you go. You're smarter than Gant.
Fantastic.
You're smart. Wait a minute, where's my nice...
We holding these up for them, or somebody
No, it's all right.
winning?
They're getting the recognition from the audience.
Ah, good.
There you go. All right,
The reward
where's
is
my
the friends
nice
you make
Georgia
along the way.
person? Nice Georgia person. You ready? Pick somebody. You know what? They're all not Gant, which is good. Chris. All right, Chris. Here we go. We're asking you, what letters, on the QWERTY keypad, name any letter that is immediately, one of the two letters that are immediately to the left or right of the H.
So this is good, because I had typing class when I was a kid, and we had to put like a bandana over our hands when we were typing. So I had to memorize the home row, right? F and I on either side of the H.
All right, do you agree or disagree? Oh, I'm sorry, hold on. A girlfriend is somebody who spends time with you on purpose. All right.
I knew something was missing out of my
that's what
life.
okay. I'm sorry, go ahead, keep going, we got that. All right, what'd you say the answer was?
F and I.
Yeah, no, it's not. It is G and J. G and J. We got time for 2 more audience members. Let's see if we got somebody cool. It's hard to see. You want, wait, is that William Street? Come on, William Street, pick somebody. Oh, y'all know each other. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
All right, you ready? All right. In the year 16, no, I'm lying, bro. I was just messing with you. I don't want you to get to think there's another old thing, because I wouldn't do that to you.
I am old.
All right. It says, this is one, do you cook?
What?
Oh, damn.
I don't.
All right. Then I think you just say disagree then, because he's going to get this wrong. All right, you ready? Sometimes people claim that we nerds, and I'm a math nerd, but we nerds are packed with useless information. How many fluid ounces in a quart?
Nobody knows.
We should ask the owl. One.
Oh, you know?
Two.
All right. Do you wanna take it? Do you
No.
wanna just whisper?
You give her an answer to agree or disagree with.
Okay. So I know that this is like information that has been passed down through the generations from our forefathers, and so like it's now kind of like a lost number. But if we think rationally, okay, so we have like 5 fingers each hand, so it totally makes sense for this number to be like a round number, I think. So why don't we go with like, let's say 30. 30.
Was that an answer, bro? I fell asleep. You good?
Final answer, 30.
30? Agree or disagree? I'm serious, bro. See, and just like your sales call, it ends in failure. That's wrong. It is 32. 32.
She trusts me too
Y'all are
much.
both being sent back for training. All righty. You know what? I'm going to pick a red shirt, but oh no, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to pick the brother who sold me down the road last year. Let me just tell y'all something real quick. I hate LaCroix. I can't tell you how much I hate that canned evil. It is awful. It is, if you pick to put that nasty, funky, there are people on death row. Would you like some LaCroix? No, just point me to the chair, bro. So I told him I didn't like it. So last year, this brother, I thought we was dead, right? He says, I'm gonna hook you up. And he bought me a Pellegrino. And he said, taste this. It's like LaCroix's illegitimate, trifling cousin. It is so nasty. And you're like, oh, it's got a zing to it. So does sewer water, bruh.
He's used to letting people down, trust me.
Read that what I'm saying? All right. Oh, good. Good for you. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to let y'all know, I'm going to call you out. Hold on a second. Your brother card is in jeopardy on this one. She was called the human computer. And there would be no U.S. space program without her. Who was she, Chris?
So I wrote a paper on this person in college after the 4 dropouts of college. I went back to school. Really awesome person, known for some other things, but it's easy. It's Grace Hopper.
Agree or disagree?
You let me down yesterday.
Atlanta, do me a favor. Take him back to Atlanta for some training. Grace Hopper, that wasn't even my sister. Everybody who was it? What? Who said it? Why the old white dude know it? Katherine Johnson. We love you. I'm going to give you a card to get into any barbecue that you want to go to. It only lasts for like a month. That's about it. Don't bring no food yourself. You just bring you. That's all. And leave that LaCroix right where it is. Give it to him. All right? Ladies, I want y'all to thank our wonderful people up here. And our beautiful audience members who tried. You were awesome. And thank you, Atlanta, and the good Georgia, and y'all work together?
Yeah, she's my boss.
Oh, we have a seminar on hiring practices later. We'll talk to you about that. All right, y'all, and Mr. Jamin, thank you for speaking a language we have no clue what you were saying. Are you really fluent in
That was Elvish.
That was Elvish? Y'all just so nerdy. Here's what we're gonna do. Gant, I want you to make a supreme in charge of this deal, right? I say we give them a little bathroom break and chill before we come back and do the next speaker. So I'm gonna let you make the announcement.
All right, we're going to start at 03, whatever coordinate system you want, but let's all be back in 5 minutes. That'll give us time to break down the stage, and we'll come back and he'll be announcing the next person. 5 minutes. Woo-hoo.
We got to shoo the people back in. Shoo them back in. Woo! Was that fun? Y'all had a good time? And y'all, I wasn't cheating. Like you didn't sense any cheating happening, did you? Okay, good. All right, I was just saying that. No, so wait. While we're waiting for folks to come back in, for true, we need to talk. Y'all work together. What's the name of the company? Okay, think. Okay, we'll take y'all seriously. All right, so here's the deal. What do y'all do? No, baby, I'm not listening to that. I'm doing it now because I have to. But other than that, so wait, you're building a what? Anybody else building an agentic workbench? It's just y'all. That's it. Ain't nobody else building no damn workbench. It's just y'all. All right, but you really do. He's good people and you good people. All right, but that was really, we enjoyed y'all. That was amazing. That was cool. Wait, they left? Damn, she took the big check and left? They were sitting right here. All right. So question, let me ask you something, ma'am. Does he really speak other languages? Oh, you're so sweet. Okay, that's Jamin's daughter, and she is such a good soul. She would just as soon, she don't want to lie. That's all right. That's good, baby. That's good. Let me ask one of y'all over here, because y'all look like y'all lie on the regular. Does Jamin speak a whole bunch of languages? I knew he would lie. Name 3 that he speaks. I've heard Jamin. We're not sure about English. What else? A little bit of Finnish. German. Oh, okay. All righty. I know it's not because I'm watching and you done drug her into your web of lies. Look what you did. All right. Oh, yeah, you came back. I got bad news for you, bro. That chick took that $300 check and she gone. I'm just saying, you didn't sink the last of her. She's off in Seattle spending like crazy. No, she's not. We're waiting for the folks to come back in. Oh, here he comes. Shh. Hey, Jamin. I want you to know something. Your daughter is an honest human being. I asked her if you spoke a bunch of languages, and she just kind of sat and laughed because she didn't want. But you see them 2 dudes next to her? They lie. He speaks all the languages. He's so smart. He can talk Gandalf. It's like it was saying everything about you. What languages do you speak? Bro, we'll take anything. What you got? I only speak really, I know a little bit of German, a little bit of Finnish. And you notice he didn't list English. You notice that one. You left that one off. All right, so you were right. She said a little bit of German, right? You need to be ashamed of yourself. He listed so many languages, not even in the book, bro. You got him speaking all kind. Say something in French. Yeah. Anyway, we're going to bring the next speaker up. That was terrible. You're awful. Thank you. Okay, so we had a little struggle with his name, and he was very kind. I'm going to try again. His name is Schumann. Schumann. I did it. So if I say it fast, it works. Schumann. All right, his name is Schumann. I said it fast. Dude's from Poland, really cool dude. I need to start hanging out with y'all because, like everybody else, he runs half marathons. Where are my half marathon people? Make noise if you run half marathons. A lot of that, man. I don't do that kind of stuff. Video games. See if this rings a bell. Elder Scrolls. We got 2 woos and a woo. All right, let me try this again. Elder Scrolls. Wait, which one? Somebody said Elder Scrolls 1 or 2. He said, mind your damn business. I don't know what it is. But here's the thing. I asked him the coolest thing he's ever seen when he's traveled, and he said something I believe is mind-blowing. He said the size and the scope of those giant hotels in Las Vegas. Like if you've never seen that foolishness before, it is a lot. How many people have been to Vegas? Yeah. How many people, that's a lot of lights and stuff. That's just a lot, isn't it? All right, who lives in Vegas? We ain't got no Vegas people? We're nerds. We count cards. No, I'm just, so no Vegas people. Okay, we're going to talk about it. So yes, the big buildings in Vegas, right? Ladies and gentlemen, make all kind of noise and be super receptive to the awesome Schumann. Yep. Woo!
Alrighty. So, hey folks, I believe you are all energized, ready for another talk, because right now, this is not a mistake. There's no title, and this is expected, because first, I want to start with, oops. It may be so I'll be stuck in here, but let me really quickly do something like this. Ha, it works. Okay, so we are back. So please raise your hand if you are delegating writing code to agents. As expected. Why? Because it's fast, because it's efficient, because you can work at multiple features at the same time, right? It's super. Now, the tricky question. Are you delegating testing to agents? Okay, that's unexpected because I thought you would be, 1, 2 hands. Yeah, so today, my task is to teach you how can you give your agents ability to see what's happening under the hood, and how can you teach your agents to basically interact with the app, to see what's happening on the screen, to go through the flows, basically to act as a tester, as a developer with the ability to see the state of like Zustand stores or Redux stores. But before we dive into the topic itself, let me say a couple of words about myself. So I'm Simon, or if you are brave enough, you can try pronouncing it in Polish, which is Szymon. And I work at Callstack, a software agency located in Wrocław, also Poland. My day-to-day work revolves around open source. So basically, I have an idea, I create something, it works, I publish it, and then some of you may use it. Like, for example, Rosanite, which is a plugin system for React Native DevTools. So if you use React Native DevTools, and I believe you do, you know that there is only like console, JavaScript profiling, memory profiling, React profiling, and React component tree. With Rosanite, you can have something like async storage, MMKV, SQLite, navigation, and so on and so on and so on. Harness, it's for testing React Native modules in a real environment. So for example, you can run those tests on a real device, and you write them like just files. I mean, describe it. You can import all the native modules and test them. And the last thing I co-worked on is Voltra, which is a way for live activities, for implementing live activities and widgets in React Native without any native code. Now, going back to the topic. Agents can write code. We all agree on that. Agents can build the apps, because that's not a rocket science. There's only one command, like React Native start or React Native run Android or expo run Android. They can also run this app on some emulator on some physical device via ADB, for example, or SimCTL. But then, after this part, it's up to us developers to go through the app, to test the changes, to debug problems, to verify that whatever was shipped by an agent is really what was expected, right? And now the problem is that with agents, we are able to generate a lot of code. There are no limits. We can spawn like 20 agents, 40 agents, 100 agents, and they all will generate code. And amount of code is enormous. And you know what the problem is? This. If we are not delegating testing to agents, we are constrained by humans. And humans are not that fast. So now, in this era of agents, we need to come up with a solution so we will be able to catch up. And that's why it's important to be able to pass the knowledge about the app itself, about the internals of it, about what's happening under the hood, to agents. So we will be able to catch up. So what's missing? Knowledge about internals, knowledge about what's stored in, for example, some non-volatile storage, network logs, navigation state, SQLite, MMKV, Zustand, Redux, whatever there is. Because agents, by default, they don't see anything like in the runtime. They only see what's happening in the code. And they can reason about it, but still some things are only noticeable when you look at the code running on a real device. And second, Sonnet, Opus, they can kinda interact with your device. They can generate some CLI commands like ADB something, SymCTL something. They try to use AppleScript, for example, to achieve the same thing, but it's slow. Agents spend a lot of tokens, a lot of time thinking about how to achieve something. And there's different way for Androids, different way for iOS devices, different way for TVs, different way for whatever comes. So we need some like unified way for agents so they can use this single CLI, single approach for both, like for all the platforms. So starting with this giving insights on what's happening under the hood. I built Rosenite last year, and it was meant to be used by humans. So there's some UI, there are some inputs, tables, and so on. But with agents, well, they don't see it. So I had to go another way. I had to implement a CLI for agents to use instead. So now with Rosenite, if you install it, if you configure it in your app, agents can basically call tools. And these tools are, for example, get me all the storages I have in my app. By storage, I mean MMKV storage, async storage, some expo secure storage. And agents can see those storages, can iterate over all the keys and values. Agents can see navigation state. Agents can see, well, pretty much everything that you can see in Rosenite in the UI, which is cool. And what's even more important is that with Rosenite, you can expose your custom tools. So instead of having agents reason about, I know, network logs, there's some response, it has some property in it. So, OK, I need to go to like local storage or async storage, see what's the key, what's the value. You know how it is. And wasting tokens, you can have your own custom tool describing some business state. You can expose feature flags, for example, for your agents to reason about. You can also expose React rendering pipeline state to agents via Rosenite, or, for example, Agent React DevTools, which means that now agents can see the components, see the props, see the state, and they can start profiling sessions, they can stop profiling sessions, they can analyze the results. So yeah, that's cool, that's interesting, but still, we as humans, we need to go through the app, ask our agents to start the profiling session, go through some workflow, stop the profiling session, and then ask agents to analyze. So yeah, it's better, but still not perfect. Plus, there are some issues when investigating the internal state, inspecting the internal state of an app doesn't mean that we will be able, or agents will be able to find the issue. So let's imagine there is some screen with some overlay, and according to the internal state of an app, it sounds like it should be working correctly. But in practice, it turns out there's some overlay which should be invisible at this point, but it's visible, and without the eyes, agents cannot really tell what's going on. So that's why we can add agent device to the mix. And now with agent device, agents can see what's exactly on the screen. Agents can tap on buttons. Agents can swipe. Agents can, well, they can do pretty much everything that humans can. And what's important about agent device is that by default, it doesn't use screenshots. It uses semantic, relies on the semantic view of your UI, which is basically accessibility tree. So it knows that there is some button with some label. If it's a button, it's clickable. You know how it is with accessibility. But if you need, or if agent needs, to see something, like there's some visual cue that needs to be verified by agent, they can ask agent device to provide a screenshot, and agents can then reason about it. What's also important is that with agents, with agent device, you no longer need to tell agents like, OK, there's this button. You need to click it. Then you will go to second screen. There's some secondary input you need to put something in. Agents can reason about the UI. Agents can basically reason about what exactly is needed to achieve the goal. So if you say to your agent that, all right, mate, I need you to create an order. And this order should be, you should buy something like a T-shirt, for example. You don't need to put all the steps in the prompt. Agent can go autonomously through the app and decide what button to click. And yeah, basically, it can know what needs to be done. And also an important thing with agent device is that we want to scale from local agents to cloud agents. We want to have this nice workflows where we start with some kind of like Jira ticket, linear ticket, some bug report. We have our agent spawn in the cloud, which will go through the problem. It will analyze it. It will test it in practice. It will provide some details on how to reproduce the problem. And then ideally, this agent should be able to fix the problem, verify the fix, and then say that, OK, I fixed the problem. Here is the evidence. Here is the recording. And you can merge the PR. But the problem is with cloud agents that, well, they are supposed to be running on some sandboxes, some VMs, some containers like Docker containers. And all of these are running on Linux. All right, you can always use macOS runners like some service providers offer you macOS runners. But they are expensive. They are usually slower. So ideally, you want to have like versatile sandboxes, and you want to have some remote emulators you can connect to, or your agents can connect to. So then they can test the changes from these Linux containers on a real iOS simulators. And the thing is that with agent device, you have this functionality built into the tool itself. So you can imagine that you have a Mac Mini in your office, or two of them, or the entire fleet of them. On each you spawn agent device host, and then you can instruct your agents, your cloud agents running, like I said before, in something like Versal Sandbox. You can ask them to connect to your hosts and utilize the iPhone emulators running on these hosts. And then in practice, you can see that, for example, this video, that cloud agents can connect via agent device proxy to some remote iPhone simulator, and then agents can basically tap on things. They can do whatever agent device provides. And they can also take screenshots, pull them from those external runners. They can record stuff and also pull them from the remote services. So this means that technically, right now, we can scale from having local agents running on our local machines to those like independent software developers in the cloud. So with both Rosanite and with both agent device, agents start to know exactly what's happening in our app. They know what's happening when it comes to our business logic. They can see feature flags. You can expose some additional tools. You can expose some kind of shortcuts, for example, because you don't want your agent to go through like six screens and click on 6 buttons. Instead, you have this opportunity to provide some kind of shortcut, which agents can use to skip this part. Agents can also think about React and how it renders. It can think about profiling React, for example. And because we have agent device in the loop, we can say to our agents that, OK, mate, you should start profiling session. You should go through this flow or through this flow of, for example, ordering something, and gather statistics on what's happening, and then, for example, fix some performance issues. Also, with Rosanite, you can, for example, or your agents can, inspect JavaScript runtime. They can profile JavaScript code. They can take heap snapshots. So they can look for example, memory leaks. And finally, with Agent Device, your agents can also reason about what's exactly displayed in the UI of your device. So, like I said before, technically, with all these tools, you can have this workflow when there's some bug report reported by end user of your app. And usually, you would have to go through this flow yourself. So your task would be to reproduce the flow, to inspect the state of the app, to see what's happening when it comes to network logs, and then to change something. And in the end, you would, for example, have a reproduction of a problem. But with Cloud Agents and with Agent Device and with Rosanite, you can have this autonomous workflow when agents pick the work autonomously, for example, triggered by webhooks. They can go through the whole bug report, analyze it, compare it with the code, go through the app, click on things, locate the problem by inspecting the network log, by inspecting the React state, by inspecting all the things you have in your app, totally autonomously. And what's also important is that with Agent Device, you are not forced into always using agents to test your app. Slow, inefficient, because you have to pay for tokens. So you need something like Maestro, but powered by agents, let's say. And Agent Device supports something like this, which is called replays. So you ask your agent to go through some workflow, and use Agent Device to record the flow. Agent Device will produce something called AD file, which includes all the locators, all the things to check. And then afterwards, you can run Agent Device replay, which will go through this flow, written down in this file, one by one, deterministically, without relying on any AI, which is cool. Now, what's the biggest problem with end-to-end testing? You change a button, it's all red. Because locators are no longer valid, the item is gone. So with Agent Device, with replays, if you ask your agent, OK, mate, we did something, and my tests are now broken. Please go through the replay script I share with you and just update it. And just like that, agents will go through the flow, say what exactly changed, update the locators, and your end-to-end tests will be green again for free. And with all of this, we now switch from agents reasoning about the code and writing the code, from agents building the app, from agents running the app. We switch to agents which are able to observe the app at runtime via Rosanite and Agent Device. They can also interact with your apps. They can also debug problems because they see exactly what's happening under the hood. And they can also verify that whatever was changed, whatever was done to the source code, is up to requirements provided by business owners. What's left for us? That's a good question. And in my opinion, we still have plenty things to work on. First of all, requirements. They are always tricky. They're always missing some specific cases. Sometimes we need to go back and forth with product owners, with the people who are responsible for giving us the requirements. So in the end, we have granular, direct, unambiguous set of requirements. So it's still our job. Second thing is that if we let agents do whatever they want, sooner or later, we will end up with a code that's not really maintainable, that's not extensible, and even the smallest change will be turned into a PR of 2,000 lines. Because agents will basically scatter all the code, all the modules with some changes to implement a given feature. So it's up to us, developers, software engineers, to determine what's the best architecture for our app, how the modules should look like, where are the boundaries, how should they communicate, what should be not done by agents, and how can we enforce those rules. It's up to us. And finally, it's up to us to judge if whatever agent did is really up to the standards. If it's something that we want to be, it's something that we want to merge. And why it's important? Because there are cases when agents decide to go the other way, let's say. Imagine you have SQLite database in your app. You need to do some kind of migration. Agents can decide that instead of doing a complex migration for your app, they will simply drop the database. Technically, they are not wrong. Migration is not needed. It's fast, efficient, and in the end, requirements will be met. And things like this happen. There was some company that let Claude access their AWS services, and agent decided to let go of the whole database because migration was too complex for it. The team asked Claude, why? You are right. I shouldn't do that. So that's why we still have some responsibilities. And that's one of them. So to finish this talk, if you are interested in pursuing this goal of having your agents capable of going into, looking under the hood, agents capable of seeing what's happening in your async storage, SQLite, and other stuff, if you want to have agents which can reason about your business state of your app, you can scan this QR code, or you can go to rosanite.dev to get started with Rosanite. And the second important thing, if you want your agents to be able to go through your app, tap on things, reason about what's exactly shown in the UI, you can go to the second, left, right, your right, my left. The second QR code, which will lead you to Agent Device website with all the documentation you need. So I keep my fingers crossed that after this talk, after this conference, when you get back home, and when you have time to play with both tools, your day-to-day workflow will be much, much more pleasant. And that you will have much more time to worry about things that really matter, and that you will have much more time to do what do you like the most. Thank you very much.
All righty, all righty. Okay, are we ready for our final break? Yeah, I'll take that. That's cool. So a lot of things. Number one, don't forget the swap. Did y'all go up to the swap table? Cool stuff. Right? Don't forget also, and I say this in jest, but I really do, leave your email and your contacts and stuff like that. You wouldn't believe how many jobs or opportunities happen because you meet somebody. Right? I know everybody's got to go through the process, but what's going to happen is, I'm going to meet somebody who hangs out in the streets, but I might need something. And I said, hey, I met you at the thing, right? She's like, yeah, I need a thing. And I'm like, I'm a thing. She's like, oh, okay, cool. And then we get a job. But then because that dude works with us, the job fails miserably. But we recover and we get another job. So that could all happen because you put your name and your email up. So make sure you do that. Also, really, one of the things why I do this thing with the weird banter and stuff, talk to each other. real for true, talk to each other. As a teacher, I live my life talking to teenagers. Talk to each other because I crave adult interaction. Because if I have to hear, oh my God, you're doing too much, one more time. So you guys are doing a great job. We have 2 more wonderful speakers coming up. When you go out, Mr. Jamin, are there Snickle Snackles out there? All right, if there's Snickle Snackles, remember the Snickle Snackle rule. Your covered drinks, leave the food on the outside. Talk to the tables, the vendors, and remember, you have to be here in order to win all of the cool stuff, all right? Let's take ourselves a break. Have a great one. Woo! You cashed that check yet? All right, okay. I'm just checking. All right. He said you weren't coming back. Right, and and I took off you, I said, what? That lady looked like she filled with honesty and goodness. And he said, nah, she on a plane right now. He was awesome. There was no way I was going to let him win. Not a chance. Oh, damn. Hey, bruh. What's up? Go Alex. Woohoo. Is he in here? Oh, okay, bro. Oh, I didn't recognize you dressed like a person. That's nice. Well, I know, man. I know. What company do you work for? Oh, wait, you one of the Expensify dudes? Man, thank y'all for having us the other night. Cool. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Give it up for Expensify. That was your house? No, bro, don't tell people that. I forgot for a moment I was broke. Thank you. Wait, where do you live? Where do you come from, Alex? Okay, cool. You born and raised? All right, and you still live there? You know there are other states, right? Okay, I said other states. You went all the way to Egypt. How long were you in Egypt? Wait, did you know the dude that went to Kenya? You know him? Y'all was right there, like, yeah, Egypt, and then right there. Y'all could have met in hyena land. I don't know. There's no lions in Egypt. I feel like y'all having a personal conversation that doesn't involve us at all. We got camels, we got hyenas, we got snakes. Y'all are cool, though. I like this. There have been some wonderful people. Are you guys ready? Now, you know when you run a race, you leave your anchors, right? That's the fastest people, the people that are going to really make magic happen. So we have two incredible anchors. The first person, living in New York, loves New York. She says she loves New York. Speaks 2 languages. And another half marathon runner. I know, it's so, all right, do you run half marathons? 5K, oh, that's right. Who else does half marathons? All right, I see a hand. What's your best time? 1:55? Wait, you said, okay, all right. You smoked him. You smoked him. Her best time was 1 hour, 40 minutes. Is that impressive? I don't know. Anything, bruh, and that's 13 miles, right? Yeah, no, you did that on purpose, right? So you ran on purpose. That don't make no sense at all. All right, but She also goes for random 20-mile walks. I'm assuming it's 10 there and 10 back is my assumption. I don't guess she just goes 20 miles. Well, I'll sleep here. But here's the cool part. Do we have any weightlifters? Yeah, that's you. 215? 315, no problem. She benches 490. Oh, hold on a second. Sweetie, come here. Come here for a second. Wait, come here, babe. Come here. They doubt me. Hold on a second. Come in here for a second. Nothing, babe. Come here. Trust me. Come on. That dude right there, right here. I told him you benched 490 pounds, and he didn't believe you. You did that last week, didn't you?
Oh.
Say yes, woman.
Oh, yes, yes.
There you go.
Everything is true.
There you go. But look, that dude did a half marathon in an hour and 50 minutes.
That was good. That was good.
Oh, she's nice. Oh, you see, and you did, 155, right? All right, good. And you did yours in 140, right?
Oh, yeah. But, yeah, I'm glad so many people are into cardio. Yes. Yeah.
She is so nice.
I'm a cardio versus weightlifting person.
Yeah, you just did that. You just bench pressed that for fun, though. So yes.
Oh, yes.
There you go. All right. And what I love is when she told you you did 155, and she's like, "Oh, great job." I would have said, "Really, bro?" I stopped. I had something to eat, and you gonna keep going, right? What's your goal? Okay, I think you need to get bet on that half first, bro. I'm just saying. What you gonna do? Every state. Do Alaska do that too? In the wilderness? You ain't coming back, bro. All right. You ready to make them enjoy this? They have a great time. All right. This is the sweetest, smartest human being you've ever seen, and don't doubt her bench press. Please bang your hands together for the awesome, wonderful Miss. You like Zaya or Zaya?
Zaya.
Zaya. Miss Zaya!
Hello, everybody. Nice to be here. My name is Zaya. I'm a software engineer on React team at Meta. Today, we're talking about animation in React Native. If you have worked with animation in React Native, you will understand that when it works well, animation can make your app feel more fluid and more fun. But when it doesn't, it can be really frustrating to debug. Our team have seen those challenges firsthand when we work with internal customers, and we wanted to make it better. Since new architecture was rolled out, we have heard more complaints both inside Meta and from open source that animation has become slower and more sluggish. This is one issue that's like pretty spicy, saying animation is 20 times slower in new architecture, and you can see that the video on the left is a video for animation performance on new old architecture, and it seems more smooth. And that example might have too much going on. Here's a slowed down version. So this example basically is animating a rectangle with some keyframes. And yeah, the library in discussion here is animated that comes with React Native Core. So I know some of you might have worked with Reanimated. It's not Reanimated. Well, good for you, software mission. So how does new architecture make animation slow anyways? Yeah, some people may not like it, but to explain this, we have to dive a bit deeper on how animation works. Let's look at the threads in React Native. There are usually two threads in React Native. JS thread is the thread React and product logic run on. And main thread is the render thread that your native platform renders and draws UI. In the simplest way to run animation, you can call you call like a request animation frame, and then request animation frame lets you invoke some JS callback around the time that a new frame is available. And then every time you call request animation frame, you set state to run an animation. But we often say that we want animation to run 60 frames per second. That means the native render and draw need to finish within about 16.7 milliseconds. that is actually very easy to break with this naive approach because your React render can get very expensive. As you have heard in other talks that React render does not specifically update the component that absolutely needs to needs to change. So it's not unusual to have a long React update and then your animation will drop frame. React Native people have since made it so that you can quickly update a specific view that has animation on it without doing a full React re-render so that you commit the change through a JS native bridge. That leaves you more budget on each frame. With new architecture, however, you have this thing called Fabric, which is the new render system in new architecture that does a lot of work, including recalculating layout and so on. And then now you're doing that every frame with the request animation frame callback. And if your Fabric commit gets expensive, you also drop frame. Luckily, we made this trick to take tons of shortcuts that don't have to wait for JS to signal frame anymore. You don't use request animation frame anymore. Instead, you hook into the native render loop. And then if we send the animation configuration to main thread ahead of time, it can then progress animation there independently. You may notice Fabric commit also disappear from here because we skip Fabric commit. So because some updates, for example, if you're just animating opacity or transform, you don't need to calculate layout. So Fabric commit is not really necessary here. And then now you have a native animation, and then you can do like crazy thing in your JS thread, like even a while loop will not block your animation. To use this main thread-driven animation, you simply enable this prop called like use native driver, and then otherwise you just use the animated API like before. You create animated value, bind that to a style props, and then run animation, but with use native driver equals true. Sometimes you just don't want to fire and forget an animation with keyframes, and we want to create like panning and dragging experience. Generally, you just want to bind position of a view to continuous gesture event. This is also a naive way to do it. So React Native runtime emits events like touch move, and then send it over to React. And then on React, you create this like this JS event handler like on touch move, and then in on touch move, you also use set state to trigger a React update to run your animation. But like the case before, if your JS thread is doing something very busy, your animation will drop frames. Also, the React render can take longer than necessary for your animation, and then you really don't want to have that every frame. So instead of dispatching the event to JS and handle the event there, React Native Animated gives you the option to handle it purely native. And you can do whatever you want in JS. And this is an example to showcase the performance benefit of native driver. So when I click this blue button, JS thread is blocked for 5 seconds. And with JS driver on the left, this cube is not draggable anymore, but on the right, if you use native driver, it's still responsive. And this is how you use a native-driven event animation. You also create an animated value, and you bind that with a native event using animated.event, and you enable use native driver equals true. Although native driver is not a silver bullet, our customer in Instagram VR were building this nice IG stories carousel. Instagram VR is the Instagram app built for Meta's Quest headset, and it's written in React Native Android. Believe it or not, they actually made all this in animated. The engineers on IG were really power users of React Native, just like you guys. We told them to use native driver, and then they followed it. They used native animated.event correctly, and did all they could to avoid dependency on JS thread. Then maybe 80% of the time, this carousel actually looks smooth, but then sometimes you see this jarring glitch, and then once you see it, you can no longer unsee it. So they asked us to fix. Also, there's also documented limitation of native driver that it cannot work on layout props and so on. So you cannot build a use case like on the right, you animate an item size and its neighbor just automatically reflow. Currently, it's not available in animated. So even though native driver is faster, you're sacrificing correctness and the feature is not at full parity. As a result, the two drivers are both available as of today. So one reason we haven't got to improve native driver is there were 4 separate runtime implementations. 4 of them have the same spec in JS and almost implemented identically, but each has slight feature gaps. This is how the architecture looks like. Whenever you use animated API, if you enable use native driver, it will call into this native module called native animated module and go through this JS, C++ boundary, and then it will then cross another language boundary and then talk to the native implementation of animated module on each platform. And then they each will commit animation on their corresponding native platforms. So you might be curious why we're suddenly improving it now. One reason is that creating a cross-platform native module was not straightforward before. On the new architecture, Turbo module made sharing code across platform so much easier. And also communication between JS and C++ is also more efficient with this new layer called like JSI. In fact, if today you're also creating a native module or creating a native library for React Native, and you target multiple platforms, you should definitely also consider C++ Turbo module as an option. Although sometimes like Claude will tell you otherwise, but you should consider. That was how we had a good excuse to work on the cross-platform rewrite of native animated module. So we started creating this new runtime back in 2024. It's purely handcrafted and very artisanal C++ code. Then we had this 5th implementation on top of the 4 we already had. But we think it's totally, totally necessary. We absolutely cared about backward compatibility for existing animated usages. We cross-validated all kinds of animation behaviors with our tester side by side with existing version of Android iOS, and fixed bugs or missing features whenever we spotted them. We also wrote tests, both unit tests and integration tests, so that we have more confidence end-to-end that the new implementation will behave almost exactly like before. In fact, the existing modules didn't have so much test coverage to begin with, and it would have been too high maintenance to do so for all of them. Introducing a new rewrite is only the first step. Then we started to roll it out to mobile and desktop platforms, including like macOS and Windows. We built the integration layer for each platform by hooking the new C++ module into their main thread render loop. And then this is the architecture right now. We then ran production experiments on meta apps, including massive apps like Facebook. Actually, Facebook app alone took us a few months back and forth fixing bugs and crashes, which might sound boring, but that's our way to make sure the new thing is correct and stable at scale. We spotted some performance wins. When we rolled it out to Facebook Android, we actually saw some improvement on startup performance in some services like Marketplace. This is how we think it contributed to the startup performance. At our app start, there are logic in animated that are calling into the native side to build the animation graph. And then it used to need to cross 2 language boundaries. That means you need to use JSI from JS to C++, and then use GenAI from C++ to Java. And then, however, right now it only has to go through JSI for the calls at startup, which is more efficient. Now we have this new library. It's time to get back to fixing the issues that we mentioned before, the Flickr flicks. Here is the very common issue you might have run into before. I wonder if the frame rate showing here can, here it is. So you will notice there's a small blink every few seconds, but it's not a problem with JS driver for some reason. So what is going on here? We have talked about how native driver worked before. you moved all this work to main thread. Yeah, let's take a closer look at what is changing at each frame of animation. So, yeah, imagine for a component with opacity animation, at creation opacity is 0.1. Now it starts playing animation and opacity increments to 1. Notice how React and Fabric totally don't know what is going on. After first iteration finishes, let's say there's a React update, on the same component, you'll reapply the stale opacity value from React. If the native animation just keep going on the next iteration, you will end up seeing this glitching in opacity. And how can we make sure React doesn't override animation? Previously, we simply trigger a React update as soon as animation ends, so React gets the new value. Then at next update, it won't override native view incorrectly. But you think it's finished? No. We then got into this issue in product. This is a landing screen of Instagram VR. Actually, the user's internet is totally fine. And when we look at the trace, actually data is actually already ready. But on the screen, the glimmer is the fallback component for suspense. Yeah, has anyone used suspense in their app? Yeah, so you typically use it to wrap around content that is still loading data, and it will show fallback until content is ready. What is happening here is, so when suspense is waiting for content, Glimmer animation is running in the parallel on the main thread. But when content is ready, Glimmer will call stop animation. And when animation ends, since we don't want React to be out of sync, so we fire this update on the Glimmer. And then so it can receive the end opacity value. At the same time, the suspense triggers another async update to hide the Glimmer because content is ready. Now you have two competing updates on the Glimmer. And when React reconciles them, the one from animation is winning. So as a result, the Glimmer just never goes away. So how can we now mess with scheduling within React? We ended up triggering a Fabric commit at end of animation for this instead of a full React update. So Fabric commit is yeah, we have mentioned it before, it's a subset of React rendering because when you update React, you first do some reconciliation, reduction in React, and then you do Fabric commit, and then it gets to native side. And so right now we do not do full React update, we just do a Fabric commit. And any upcoming React update will be course corrected later based on this new value. Yeah, it's also better for performance because you actually do less work here. Now we're on to the next issue. I wonder if anyone also has run into this kind of problem, like after scrolling or panning, some button on your screen just becomes unclickable. This is also a screen from Instagram VR, by the way. What happens here is very similar to the last Glimmer issue when it normally processes gesture and draws animation on the main thread. React and Fabric doesn't know the latest states. Then if React tries to detect click, it actually will query into Fabric and see where is my view, and then Fabric will return a false value, and then the judgment of responder system will be false. And yeah, and your button become unclickable. With a similar, with a similar strategy, at the end of continuous native event like scroll or touch, we do another Fabric commit, so Fabric is aware of the value, and then we can course correct upcoming React commits in the same way. With this, the button becomes clickable again after the touch gesture ends. And yeah, now we go back to the carousel issue. So right now, you can notice that during your dragging, the flicker actually doesn't happen when your drag has ended. It actually happens in the middle. That is because it's very unfortunate that React update can fire randomly in the middle of a gesture. Because we don't have synchronization until the end. Native view can be overwritten in the middle of an animation. Now you can guess what the solution is. Sure, we we can just, oh, sorry, too fast. Yes, like sure, we can, at every frame, we can have a Fabric commit and then sync it back to Fabric and course correct afterwards. However, yeah, syncing to Fabric is not free. Like we said, it can be very expensive. And also sometimes you'll run into this race condition. Your Fabric commit to sync the last animation value has not even reached Fabric, but then React has come through and then commit the stale value all the way to the native side. So yeah, for comparison, this rectangle is the happy path, but it's not always guaranteed. So instead of syncing to Fabric every frame, our last solution was to bookkeep the already applied animation states at the level of native view, and then use it to course correct every incoming change to the native view. And the jitter went away. The stories, yeah. And yeah, now you can see that the stories carousel is also looking good now. Yeah, the example I just showed were on VR, but the good news is mobile user can also get the improvements for free. We tried adopting on Facebook Marketplace, and then you can see that on the left, there are some weird artifacts when you drag down this product details page, but then on the right is good now. Yeah. And, okay. Yeah, I'll stop here for the stories of fighting bugs. So yeah, I really pulled my hair a lot over these bugs. With the new runtime, you should feel more confident to use native driver and get more performant and higher quality animation. And the behavior should be more consistent across platform than before. Yeah. You may ask, what about layout animation? Instead of animating transform, I really want to just use flex props like left, top, width, height. Sorry guys, layout animation is still not working, but we're not giving up. Yeah, so we mentioned Reanimated before. It's a popular animation library created by Software Mention. It provides richer feature sets than Animated. For example, layout animation is available in Reanimated. So we thought, these guys at Software Mention must know how to do this. So during this time, we started working with Software Mention on a shared animation backend. It's been in the experimental channel for open source since 0.85. So it's a shared backend that both Animated and Reanimated can use to commit updates with proper synchronization. And you can animate layout animation with Animated when it's available. But Animated will still have its own system for building the animation graph on top of shared backend. Yeah. So going back to the cross-platform animated runtime, when can everyone use it? Use the new runtime? When do we release it? It's currently enabled in Canary since 0.87. We're still working on the release, but hopefully it will turn on by default in the next release. And yeah, I'd really appreciate it if you can try it and give us feedback. Please reach out if you need help. And yeah, a shout out to all these people that have contributed to the new animation backend and made this possible. Well, yeah, thank you all for listening. I hope you enjoy the talk. If you have any questions, you could grab me when I'm around in the conference. Yeah, thanks a lot.
How y'all doing? Pretty cool. I went back, I practiced. I am trying to get my Riz up so that no cap, hold on, there's more. All right. Wait, because if you make it to Sigma, then, is it close? Thank you, that's good. I'm working on it. Now, I can actually show you what my students look like. That's completely different. Okay, ready? Mr. Jamin, all I need you to do Oops, that's a state. That's a gift. Stop. Okay. All I need you to do is say, LaFrance, put away your phone. What phone, bruh? I ain't even got no phone, man. What you doing? Anyway, I was calling my mama, bruh. You're doing too much. You're doing too much, bruh. You're doing too much. You're doing too much, man. Let me go home. I'm gonna go home. Let me call my mama every day. Every goddamn day. That is my life as a any high school teachers in here? Anybody? When did you give it up? How long? 20 years ago? Oh no, you still had real people. I want somebody that's taught recently. How long ago? Oh, what grade? 9 to 12. Oh, so you constantly doing too much, huh? Doing too much. And you ain't even do nothing, huh? Did you even do anything? I ain't even do nothing. And I don't know if you've lived this, but you and I know when the student starts repeating the same thing, you know they did it. You know they did it. And she knows it good and well. She knows it too. Bruh, stop copying off her paper. I ain't copying off her paper. I ain't copying off her paper. I ain't copying off her paper. Her answer wrong anyway. I ain't copying off her paper. Non-stop. So once again, anybody needs somebody, 80 grand, you still paying it? Where my boy went? Oh wait, where's hiring dude? Oh. He was gonna give me a job. Oh, damn, I got to go back to school. And really, the fellow teachers are in meetings right now. I'm getting emails. I'm ignoring them. I've gotten 3 emails from my department head. Math, here's something neat. If you don't know what it's like to teach, I have no idea what I'm teaching this year. At the end of the year, I was supposed to be teaching 9th and 10th grade. And then they told me 9th grade, and then they told me remedial 9th grade Algebra 1, and then they might have me teaching physics. So I'm gonna find out on Monday what a brother teaching. So I'm gonna take any offer y'all give me at all. I will learn all of this. I will Java your script like you've never seen before. I swear to God, a brother will have it. I need this, a quick giveaway. We're gonna do other giveaway. Let me get off this. Okay, here's what I'm gonna find out. Who can tell me the connection between a Christmas song and Mardi Gras? Ooh. Connection between a Christmas song and Mardi Gras. Ooh. You're getting close. What's the Christmas song? He's close. Okay, that was you, huh? Stop being wrong. Go over here. He was closer. Anybody know the Christmas song that connects Christmas to Mardi Gras? I'm going to give it to him anyway. He said, what did you say? Don't follow her. He said, King's Day. Come on up. I'm going to tell you the song. Come on up. Here's the deal. You know the 12 days of Christmas? You heard that song? You know what it refers to? The 12 days until January 5th, which starts January 6th, which is King's Day. And King's Day is the beginning of, don't get it wrong, beginning of Carnival. It's the beginning of Carnival season. And then we make it to Mardi Gras, which Mardi Gras is the Tuesday before Ash Wednesday. That's why it's never one day. It's the Tuesday before Ash Wednesday. And the parade season is the 2 weeks before that. So has anybody been in New Orleans for Mardi Gras? Yeah, it's, it's a lot. It really is, but I love it, and I love that about my city. And thank you for being smarter than some people. Huh? No, not you. I'm talking about the one behind you, bro. All right. Our anchor to our half marathon, born in Switzerland, moved to Canada, now lives in San Francisco, had the decency to not tell me that he had 3 houses, but he did tell me that he grew up on a farm in Canada where there were moose, plural of moose, meese, mooses, mises, Right. They had lots of mousses, right? And he loves to cook. So what do you think these Swiss, Canadian, San Franciscan love to cook? Mexican food. That's what he told me. That's what he said. And Jamin, you will love this about this dude. You ready? He plays in a beer hockey league. Absolutely. All righty. So, ladies and gentlemen, please make a whole lot of noise for the awesome Mr. Colin. He plays hockey. That dude right there.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Ken. You're the greatest. Can we get like a round of applause for Ken? I know we're gonna do like more of these, but like, star of the show. Okay, I'll jump right into it. So I'm Colin. I'm a founding engineer at Revel, and at Revel, we work really closely with companies doing agentic development, and it's a really quickly moving space, and things are changing a lot. And I really just wanted to go over that a little bit and sort of give some lessons and some techniques and show those things. So before I was at Revel, I spent a lot of years building mobile apps. I've been very inside the React Native Expo ecosystem, and so it's super great to be here, and it's very exciting. And at Revel too, we build dev tools, and so a lot of what we do benefits from the greater ecosystem. So I'm really thankful for that. So I don't think this is really a controversial statement. We all see that. It's kind of scary sometimes. Software engineering is changing, and I think people love to say it. And a few days ago, I saw a random video of what Cursor looked like a year ago. And you really underestimate just how quickly these things are changing. And with that, there's sort of a new set of constraints, right? We've heard that a couple times over the last 2 days. But sort of the first challenge that we now get is we're doing a lot more parallel work, right? So historically, software engineering is more or less a linear process, right? So you check out a branch, you work on your feature, you might test it, and then maybe something comes up, you check out into another branch, you're working on that. And it's been that way for web and mobile development. In mobile development, a little bit more dramatically, right? Because you're normally tied to a simulator or a physical device. You're not really working on multiple things at once. But as agents start to get better and better and work for longer and longer periods of time, as you offload some of your work to them, you'll find that if you're just working on one branch at a time, you're going to spend time sitting around and just waiting, which might be nice, but there's more stuff to do, and you want to move quicker. And so that's where newer processes like work trees, right? Or they're not newer, but they were less used than they are now. And you've got developer tools that are very first class at sort of splitting things out and working on multiple things at once. And I think for web, that's somewhat trivial, right? Like a modern MacBook can handle quite a few development servers at a time. But you kind of hit a really fundamental constraint in mobile development in the fact that simulators, you can really only run one at a time on your local machine. Maybe two if you've got a really beefed up MacBook, maybe three even, but you're going to start having performance problems, and it's not a good time. So you've got to solve those things, right? The second one is, now you're kind of constrained on environment, because before, the engineering team can very easily read through a very long setup guide, get everything working locally on their machine, everything is good. But now you might have designers who want to make, just a small change on the app. You might have non-technical product people who just want to draft something up off of one of the screens. And these people now all need the environment as well, right? And that adds a lot of complexity, and you need to get these things working on, if you have an iOS app and someone on the non-technical team is on Windows, how are you going to get them the right environment, right? And then the third one, which I think I'll just touch on shortly because we've heard it a lot over the last 2 days, kind of, one of the downsides of being the last speaker, but is verification, right? So the quantity of the code that you're pushing out is greatly increased. So now you've got a lot more PRs to verify and changes to verify, and that just adds a lot of engineer hours that you want to try to beat, right? So starting on number one, right, the parallel work, the compute problem. How do we fix this? And I think one of the ways that you fix this is you offload this work to the cloud, right? And that's where you get into cloud simulators. And this ecosystem is maturing super quickly, and lots of things are changing. In this example, I'm using the Revel CLI. There's other options as well, but so really with Revel, it's as simple as you run init. It sets up the build config. It sets up it auto detects your framework and everything, and then you run Revel dev. And this will either pick an existing build, create a new one if you've got native changes, and you can use Expo fingerprinting. And then it starts a Metro server, and then there's another constraint with React Native is it's sort of always been the case that the simulator exists locally, so it assumes localhost. So now you've got to build proxying solution, and make sure the traffic is encrypted both ways. And then after that, we can start a cloud simulator session. We can hook right into Metro, the Metro bundler, and boom, we have the app running in the cloud. And so there's more than one benefit to this. So first of all, now you can have multiple agents working at the same time. You're not on the machine anymore. So if one branch is verifying the changes and you can be working in another one, you still have a local one, but this kind of offloads a lot of that, and you can be more parallel. And another benefit here is something you don't actually really get locally is, let's say you had a session, something went wrong. The agent can step through and replay it. You can track performance metrics, the state. You have network logs, the actual logs, and the agent can sort of replay it and find things. And that's a very interesting new paradigm. That actually really excites me, and I'm super excited to see what kind of open source tooling comes up in this space as well. And so we've got the Revel agent CLI, and this covers most of the basic ways that an agent might want to interact with a simulator. So we've got the ability to screenshot things, to type, to swipe. To do everything that you might want to do. And also, then the agent itself can look at the logs, see network requests, validate things, and some cool things on top of that. Number two is now you're dealing with environment. So we've kind of offloaded the simulators from the local device, and that's nice. But you're still running the Metro server, whatever other backend services you have locally. And that can be a constraint as well. And that kind of blocks a lot of potential people that could be contributing. And so for this, there's a lot of solutions, and it's a very quickly maturing space. But Cursor has their cloud agent solution. And actually, before I get to this, I'm just curious, kind of a personal curiosity. Who here has heard of cloud agents? Can I get some hands? Probably most people. Who here has used cloud agents? Okay. And then who here has cloud agents working in their production code base? Okay, that's less hands. So obviously still very early and maturing. And I think that a large part of that is the tooling has lagged behind web, and it's slowly catching up. But you've got all of these tools, and there's sort of architectural thoughts here as well, right? The problem with these cloud agents is they normally run on Linux VMs. And that's actually that's a very good thing to have, right? You want the actual agent harness to start up super quickly. You don't want it to use a ton of, I mean, they kind of do right now, but you shouldn't want them to use a lot of memory, right? It's just like a loop. And so you want them running in a very small VM. And there's sort of, there's sort of two approaches to this. If you're running cloud agents for mobile development, there's the Android side, but on the iOS side, yeah, you could start up a Mac runner. But that's probably not something that you want to do, because a lot of the time the agent is working, it's just thinking, or it's verifying, or it's doing your lint checks and rewriting some code. And so you really, or it's waiting for user input. And so you really don't want this giant Mac running the whole time, especially as compute gets more and more constrained going into the future. And so sort of the ideal solution here is probably to only give the agent those resources when it needs it, right? And so that ties back into the device, right? So you can, when it's ready to verify a change, the agent can just start up a device, test the changes, and then spin it back down. If it needs a new native build, it can just kick off a little build job and then run that. And so you're kind of using the minimum amount of compute that you can. And so now that we've got sort of both of these things covered, right? And there's a lot more things here. You've got to deal with auth, et cetera. But once we've got a cloud environment running, we can do pretty cool things. One of them is, in this example here, we have something called Atlas. And Atlas essentially maps all of the screens of your app and puts them all in one place so anyone on the team can see how your app is constructed. And so what we can do is you can click one of those screens, put in a prompt, and then kick off a job. And then just like that, it's been handed off to Cursor. And Cursor can handle all of this off of your computer in the cloud. And I think that's a pretty cool paradigm that I'm excited about being possible. And so now that we've got this covered, there's one more thing that's now unblocked. Check circle, bolt. That's Apple being Apple. I had to take this off Google Slides and put it on. But so you've got compute solved. Apple sucks, guys. I work really closely with that. I work a lot with Apple stuff. It's not a good time. But so you've got compute solved. You've got environment solved. So now another thing you can do is verification becomes a lot easier, right? So within a GitHub PR, one of the goals is you want to be able to get high confidence to merge very quickly. And sort of a possible solution for that is, within the GitHub PR itself, as soon as you mark it for ready, you can have an agent create a build, and then anyone on the team can very quickly just open a preview of that build and see it running in a cloud session, right? And then you've also got proof of changes. So the agent can run through the flows of the app if you've got things set up and just verify that what the diff says and what the PR message says is true. And this won't be perfect, right? At the end of the day, an engineer is responsible for their work. So you've got to, the review process is very valuable. But this kind of passes a lot of that work away and saves you engineer hours. And then this also enables some other connected workflows, right? And this is a part that I'm super excited about. And we're seeing a lot of the teams at the forefront of this AI stuff are really getting super into this kind of connected workflow thing. And one of these things is, Slack. Slack is kind of where most teams work out of. And it's really great for collaboration and communication. And so, for us internally as well, we've got the Cursor Cloud Agent set up. And so, if there's like a design nit or some kind of change, especially if you're unsure about something and you just want to test it out with the team, right? You can spin off a cloud agent directly from Slack, and then it can do its thing, make the changes, start up a simulator, take a screenshot, and then just send that right back into the chat. And that's a super cool paradigm that kind of enables a lot quicker development. And then with that, you can work with other tools too. So you can go from Slack to a draft PR. Linear ticket, you can have an agent take a first pass at things for you. And then also, if you've got bug reports, those are a pain to deal with. And oftentimes, they're somewhat trivial, and then you gotta take the time to verify that it's actually a bug and try to reproduce it, and then make a fix and then test that fix. So you can give that flow to an agent, right? And it can get a bug report automatically with some kind of automation, and then try to reproduce it first in a device that it's controlling. And then if it's able to get a reproduction, it can take a first pass at a fix and then throw up a draft PR. And then by the time you ever see the bug report, you've got what might be a fix or might be like a horrible hallucination. But in many cases, it's like a very viable fix. And that sort of saves you a lot of time and lets you move a lot quicker. And I've got 10 minutes left, but that's sort of the end of what I wanted to touch. Can I ask, can I take questions? Can I do that? No one's here, I say yes. Okay, awesome, good stuff. So yeah, those are my socials, and then the QR code if you want to visit Revel. And we're actually releasing a free plan very soon. I don't want to be all markety, but also, like we really want to work with developers and make these flows really great and move the ecosystem forward. So if you're ever interested in trying it out, book a call with us. We'd love to chat. Send any feedback you got, good or bad. And that's the end. But I'll take any questions if anyone's got them. Yeah.
You mentioned there were open source options.
For sure. Okay, yeah. Oh, right. I saw this in like a notes on a good talk one time. I should repeat the question. So the question he asked, was, I mentioned a little bit that there's open source options for this kind of thing, and to talk a little bit about that. So in terms of actually having an agent control the device, actually like the last talk talked about that. The simulators themselves, I actually don't know of any like open source tooling that's ready. I know some people are working on it. So that's actually not an option that I know of, but yeah. Anyone else? All right, I guess we're good. Oh, one more, yeah. Yeah, no, it's completely interactive as well. So it's streaming the content of the simulator, but then you can also take over for it. And then you can share sessions with your team and like work on things at the same time. So in that sense, it is similar to SurfSim. And I know that team is working to also host these in places, and I'm sure you'll see something about that at some point. But it does allow you to take over control as well. And so it works as just like oftentimes it's not the agent that's going to handle the whole task. But if the agent already has a simulator running and now it needs your input, you can click around and give your human input to things. Oh, right up in the top. Yeah, 100%. So the question that he asked, I remember this time, was he was curious about Atlas and sort of how it populates that map. And so we're getting a stream of all of these sessions as they happen, and also the tests that are running if you have any workflows. So we sort of generate it off of those, and so it's dynamically adjusting as the app changes. And then also you can just run exploratory sessions as well. So it will start at the beginning and sort of spin off sub-agents to try to explore the entire app. Yes?
Do you play forward or defense?
Defense, okay. Right wing. What, do I play forward or defense? Defense. Yeah. What about you?
I play goalie.
Oh, okay. Watch out for him, guys. Oh, good. Yeah. They say goalies are a little weird, hey? Yeah. We're in Portland. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a good one.
Okay. What do y'all think? Woo! I always have to throw this out real quick before we throw this over the Gantt. I appreciate everything that all of you do. And I say that because you do a lot of what I call behind the scenes work. Those of us in the general public, we turn on our devices and we expect them to work. We, as a teacher, I need to have my Google Classroom work. I need to have my talking points work. I need all of this stuff to work to conduct the business that I do, interacting with students and parents and administration and the state, and I expect them to work without question. And you do it. Behind the scene, all of you are making the things work that we take for granted. And I know that means sometimes you feel taken for granted. Don't. We know. Trust me as a teacher. My whole life gets reduced to some news headline about test scores. You do the work. We appreciate it. We don't say it. We only fuss. But when the phone turns on and I can connect with my family through a disaster, through an emergency, that only happens because smart, kind people like you do the work that you do. So thank you. You're wonderful people. You have been amazing. I always enjoy doing this. And I want you to feel as special, as important as you actually are. Thank y'all so much.
No, you let go. All right, so I know we're supposed to close it out with giving away a bunch of prizes and gifts from our sponsors that have worked really hard to do that. But I don't know, like y'all don't really need that. We could just leave that here, and you don't. None of y'all signed up for anything. Fine. All right, come on out, sponsors with gifts. Come on out to the stage. Line up across over here if you don't mind.
Hey,
all of you.
Yeah, I wish the audience knew how this is going to work.
That's a great question.
Let's see if there's someone who can help with this.
The way that this is going to work is that each sponsor has been collecting names. They had their own forms for you to fill out. And so each person will be coming up and selecting the winner. And when they do, it's very important that we know because what? They have to be
present.
That's right. So I guess we should do an example of what a good win looks like.
Do we have a volunteer?
You know, there's always, let's see, let's pretend for a moment. The winner is Chris DeMars. That's not how to do it.
No.
All right, Chris, I know you got it.
Again.
Yeah,
Ready?
you got it.
And now we will spin the wheel for the all-expense new second home. Chris DeMars. Woo! Oh, wow.
That's right.
And then we go over and hand the deed to the second home to him, and then he tells how he's better than all of us.
You know he is. So look, if he doesn't do that, we're just going to call out another name, okay? So you better be loud. You got to let us know that you're here. And we're going to kick this one off. We're starting it off with Infinite Red Table. And do you want to just go down the line like this?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, we'll just go down the line like this.
Ha, you're last.
All right, here you go.
All right, we are Infinite Red, and we're starting things off with the Mini Monitor USB-C docking station, which goes to...
Ved Narayan.
Are you here?
Oh.
Woo. No? Okay.
Devam Patel.
What? I didn't hear you yell. You did not yell. Woo!
Like that, but louder.
All right, next we have the tri-folding
winner.
wireless keyboard with touchpad, which goes to...
Lance Brackett.
His cousin Leroy Parentheses will be here in a minute.
Oh boy, okay, this is...
It took a minute. That's good.
I'm going to abbreviate the last name, sorry. Jenny W.
Woo!
All right, next we have the Lego Plum Blossom, which goes to...
Tyler Harper.
Woo!
And last but not least, the Lego Game Boy and Light My Bricks Light Kit goes to...
Javid Hajizada.
Ooh! Ooh! Slam!
Excellent. Thank you so much, Infinite Red. Thank you for actually shouting out. And so can we pull up this laptop on the main screen, please? And we're going to Well, you know what? Maybe not. I think AV is done. So next up is code.
Is there something wrong with the...
The laptop's not here. I think we win. Oh, yeah. This is why we tech check the speakers, but not the gift givers.
I just want you to know this never happens at teacher conferences. Our chalk and dry erase boards always work.
And that wonderful battery life they have.
Man, let me tell you something. Oh, when y'all go home, if you've got kids or whatever at school, bring your children's or your nieces, bring their teachers some dry erase markers. Oh, bruh, we loves dry erase markers. And look, hold on. Thank you. Don't be buying that bootleg dry erase marker. Don't be buying Lucky Phil's dry erase marker. Get the Expo kind, bro. They last at least a good 2 weeks.
It's extended.
The bootleg ones stink, don't
mirror
they? And they don't erase. I steal many a dry erase markers.
You could also just drag it. You know what's great?
There it is. I see
Debugging live. That's one of my favorite ways to do this. All right. Here we go. Here you go from Code Magic.
Hey, congratulations. This is for Star Wars Lego building competition. If we can please have Jenny, Kuba, Simon, Nicola, and Mariana join us here.
You won again.
Woo!
Win one more time. Just win
All
one more
right,
time.
and now let's spin for our, what's it called? Game Boy, Retro Game Boy. Excited?
Ooh.
Lens bracket or... That's a shame.
Sean.
Sean. Too late, too late.
Good. Too bad, such is life.
Renji.
There you go.
Congrats.
Woo!
Next we have headphones.
Ooh.
Yogire.
Woo!
Congratulations. And last but not least, the actual working Game Boy from Code Magic team.
Ooh.
Beto. Caleb.
Oh.
Bites the dust.
It could come down to one name. I ain't gonna win it. Watch. If my name the only one, it's a wheel gonna fall off.
Brennan.
Atlanta! Atlanta! Woo!
All right, we're on to the next ones.
Woo!
Just remember, if somebody you know won but wasn't here, you have to tell them.
Yes.
Here's your microphone.
Hi, my name's Casper. I'm from Software Mansion. Yeah.
Woo!
I have a digital frame with me here. No, that's not it. No. It's good enough. Yeah. Haptics, remember? What should I do? What should I do? It doesn't work. Okay, please help me. Yeah, sure. Okay. Still not it.
This way?
No, on the left.
Yeah, the other one's full screen.
Okay.
It won't relinquish.
Let's do the talk then.
All right, now we can drag it.
Yeah. There you go. Woo! The hardest part. Is the IT guy with us here? Okay. So we gave away a lot of coffee for people, so not that many people have signed up. That's okay. Let's see. Okay, let's do the spin then. No, that's not here. Yeah, there you go.
Ooh.
Is the team
Tim personal
here?
computer.
Come.
Wait, is he?
Planning center, I believe.
Oh, okay. Oh, I like his honesty.
Let's go.
We could have said anything.
I thought that GDPR works here, but supposedly not. So, European mind cannot comprehend. Woo! Let's go.
Big round of applause for Software Mansion. Up next, we're having Expo, and oh my goodness, why don't you tell us a little bit about what's being given away while she's setting it up?
Oh, yeah. Okay, after every prize, could I get some oohs and ahs?
Oh, we got that.
Oh, yeah, okay. Colin will hold it
While
up.
they're doing this, ready? Ooh.
Ah.
Oh.
Is anyone excited for the Spider-Man movie that came out today? Brand new day. We have a Spider-Man, Iron Man, Spider-Man Lego set. We have, you've never seen this before, a Game Boy.
What?
A Lego Game Boy.
Is that new?
A chess set, a Lego chess set, doubles as checkers. There's
Okay, good.
checkers
Okay,
in
good.
there.
All right, good. Okay, I can do that.
And a botanical set. A botanical set of tiny plants. Ooh, yell out which one you want.
Check, twice.
We got it? Okay. Big shout out to Caddy who built this app. All right, if your name is called, you get to pick your choice, and then we'll do down. Yeah!
Atlanta, what are you doing? This is the most Atlanta has ever won.
And what choice would you like? What's your dream Lego set? The botanical.
Woo! Oh my goodness.
Awesome. We have Spider-Man chess and the Game Boy still left. Okay. Josh.
Oh! What is going on? No. No. Absolutely not. That's 3 Atlantas.
I hope you have
Go
enough
up to
room in your
28 and 3
bag.
before they
What
shut
is
down.
your ideal Lego set?
Don't tell him 28-3.
Game Boy!
Woo! Y'all are losing to Atlanta. Do something.
We got the chessboard and Spider-Man still left.
Oh, don't, I swear, don't even stand up. Yay!
Yeah!
You're trying. All right. Yay, this side. You're not from Atlanta. No, look at that.
Which Lego set would you like? The chess set!
Woo!
And yes!
It's a comeback. It's a comeback. Woo!
Big congratulations.
Thank you so much. Big round of applause for Expo. And now this is the part where CallStack connects it and we somehow figure out how to move it over to the other monitor for 5 minutes. Oh, we got one big one, right? There's just one? Just one, and it's a big one.
Vroom, vroom.
Just F1. All right, good. We got the background. You're going to need to drag it to the left.
Are you sure?
No, I'm never sure.
We're only at a tech conference, guys. That's all.
I just want y'all to know he opened Terminal just now. He's solving it like a real programmer.
Oh.
There you go. Here you go, folks.
All right.
Here it is. Ryan. Hey.
Woo!
Fantastic.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, CallStack. Oh my goodness, Revenue Cat brought it all. Let's see here. You know, we only have the facility for another 15 minutes, Revenue Cat. All right, we're getting it set up. You know what to do here. Yeah, nice. See,
look at that. First shot.
We can learn.
Expert, yeah. I'm gonna raffle 2 swag bags and a keyboard. So yeah, without further ado, well that looks weird, but do we have Brett Saxon?
Come on,
yeah,
bro.
Yeah, come here.
That was a little close, wasn't it?
You can do it again. That
Look at
wasn't good.
Wait, hold on a second. Let's try this again. Watch this again. The winner is Brett Saxon. That's it, bro. That's all we getting from this dude. That's it. That's it.
All right, next
That
one
was
up.
Atlanta adjacent. I'm worried.
All right, next one. Next swag bag goes to Vetnarayan. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. No, not here. We'll go again. Ryan Ragbel.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
All right. Then, last but not least, the keyboard. This one. Ossie McKee.
Woo!
Congrats.
Right here. Sure, you're right. Yeah.
Start getting you ready over here. Round of applause for Revenue Cat.
Woo!
Quick question. Do you think next year you should bring the big booth, Revenue Cat? Just a little bit more, like maybe a coffee station. There was no breakfast, to be honest. We're a little frustrated by that. Thank you so much. All right. You know the drill. Connect it, accept the downloads, install the spyware. Good.
Really, bro?
Aww.
Oh, that was an accident. Oops, how did that happen?
If any of you want to set your stuff to automatically mirror now.
There you go, okay.
All right, here you go.
Oh, nice. What's up, everybody? Maestro team here. Hey, we got anyone out there that wants a double XL shirt? It's the last one. All right, all right. First one up. Let's test my arm. Oh, that was
Wow.
nice.
Hey, hold on. Atlanta needs a quarterback. You good?
Yeah, that's so true.
You good? Go ahead on.
All right, here we go. How about like drum roll or something?
Yeah.
Let's do that. Hey.
Isabella.
Isabella.
Yeah.
Hey. You just won yourself a brand new pair of Nothing headphones.
Woo! That looks cool. Oh my God, that's who that is.
Congrats.
Awesome.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for Maestro.
Woo!
Oh my goodness. Runway is about to take off right here. How many of y'all were looking forward to this giant thing right here, yeah? Yeah, I know. It's fantastic.
All right.
All right, thank you all. I think this is our last raffle here. We have 4 options. Just make sure whatever it is will fit in your carry-on for going home. You have complete optionality. Who's this? Vanna.
Are
come on
you
up.
kidding? A red shirt one. I'm not sure about this, but she's cool, so that's okay. Which one do you choose? As long as her dad didn't win, that's all I was worried about.
You kind of have to go for the big one.
Yay!
All right, we'll keep it moving. Riaz, we here?
Woo! That was close. Ooh, Lord. All right, we good.
Jared.
All right.
Oh. All right, and the last person to fly home with something. Britta.
Woo! Wait, bruh. You could have come up. Whoa! You could have come up and gotten it. You so trife. There you go.
Thank you all.
All right. Thank you, Runway. All right. Here we go. Oh, my goodness. Could that
Already
wheel
loaded.
fit more names? Do you want to talk? He talks. Did not recognize it. Oh, there's your background. We're starting. Now you need to drag it to the left. Oh, he's going to mirror it? Yeah, mirroring. Or switching. Did you switch them? All right, now you can just pull it back up. Oh, no, I think it just doesn't have focus.
You really have got to be kidding me.
There you go. Woo. No, wait a second. What company do you work for?
Meta.
Never heard of it.
This is not the wheel for Meta. It's for the React Fund.
Yes, actually. All right, good. And how many, what are we giving away? 4 of these.
Custom React keyboard, which are, give me?
Yes.
Programmable keyboard with CNC aluminum body and swappable switches, I guess. So, yeah.
Every home needs one.
Yeah, it has audio.
There's no friction on it. Really? No. Oh, woo. Okay. Yay!
So bad. So, yeah, we got it. Next one.
Spun that kind of hard, huh, bro? It's just
Caleb?
Caleb.
No here?
Nope.
Here?
Okay.
Next one. Dustin?
Yeah. Oh, awesome. Woo! Jason?
Not here?
Okay. Oh, wow.
Oh.
That was terrible. You telegraphed that one. Rachel?
Rachel? No, next one.
Oh. Devon?
Devon.
Yeah!
Questo è l'ultimo. Okay, cool. Last one, last one.
No. No. Where is he?
Not here.
Oh, no. I almost feel bad for that brother. I don't. Oh. All right. John Major and Andrew fight to the death.
Alrighty. So you may be saying to yourself, we've got a lot of winners here. That is the end of the prizes. But all of you got the major gift, which was the fact that you were here for Chain React. You had the sponsors, you made the connections, you made the stories. And one key part to bring it all together, there's some aspects. I want to say thank you so much to everybody who's a big part of this. I want to say extra thank yous for Zero Slope, who helped us organize and make this event possible. They've been absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you to all the sponsors, but especially thank you to the co-producers, Infinite Red, Expo, and React Foundation. Absolutely fantastic. And then, of course, Chain React is not Chain React if you don't have somebody pumping up the energy the entire time. I gotta say, this man has been working it since he got here. He's been running up and down. He is absolutely exhausted, but he has been killing it. He is fun. He made all of our speakers feel so welcome before they took the stage. And hopefully he made you all feel welcome, as long as you're not from Atlanta. Kenneth LaFrance. Yeah! Yeah! Kenneth LaFrance, baby!
Thank you, brother.
Yeah!
Thank you all.
The best MC. And with that, everybody, I want to say thank you to you. Thank you so much for coming out. Thank you for believing in this. You did a wonderful thing for yourself and each other. Thank you for Chain React. We'll see you next time. Love you all. Bye.